Good morning and welcome to the final day of groups here at United21 Season 22. Tomorrow will be playoffs, but we've got to find out the last two teams who are going to be making it there with the decider matches of Group C and Group D. We can have a quick look at the bracket for the group stages to see how it's gone so far. You can see so far Group A, Anonimo and Copenhagen Wolves taken the two top spots. In Group B, on the top right, Illuminar and Case. In Group C, we then just have Viperio, and Group D, L and G. We're going to be looking at those decider matches in Group C and D today. Heimo and Astralis versus GenOne and 777 Esports. Now for Heimo and Astralis, as you can see in the playoffs bracket in total there, Astralis Talent, they've made their pathway through here, losing to Viperio 2-1 and then managing to beat Adepts also 2-1. That was a strange game where there's lots of mistakes in terms of the map pool. You could see the inexperience showing through for Astralis Talent. They didn't quite have deep a playbook as we perhaps hoped, but their individuals certainly showed up where it mattered. For Heimo, it's quite a similar story, to be honest. They beat Adepts 2-1, lost to Viperio 2-1, and now they're facing off in this matchup between one another. And they're very similar style in that they rely quite heavily on their individuals. They do lack a certain amount of fundamentals when it comes to the trading, the teamwork, but they do have the individuals who can just pull out rounds out of a hat and get them over the line. So it'll be an interesting fight between those two. Looking over at Group D, of course, we've then also got 777 and GenOne later coming up. 777, they themselves managed to lose to GenOne but beat and eliminate Devils. GenOne themselves, well, actually that one's a rematch. GenOne, they beat 777 and then they lost to LNG. So that'll be interesting to see that rematch there later on today. But focusing here and now on this first game this morning, Astralis Talent versus Heimo. We'll have a quick look at the veto and see and find out what maps that these two teams are going to be playing on for you today. Now, I'm not 100% sure exactly what to expect in the veto. I know that Astralis Talent do prefer Nuke. It's a more preferable map for them. I'm not sure if Heimo do prefer it themselves. Heimo, they do like a bit of Ancient, and there you go. It does get picked by Heimo. You've got the Vertigo Mirage bands coming through, Ancient and Nuke, as mentioned before, Inferno, Anubis bands, and a Dust 2 Decider. Now, Dust 2 and Ancient are two of the maps which I've seen Heimo play the most. I've seen a limited amount of, a limited sample size for Heimo games, but Ancient and Dust 2 are two maps that crop up quite a bit, whether it's because they pick them a lot or they get picked against them. But either way, Dust 2, it's always a coin flip. So having that as a decider, I think, is a good thing for Heimo, considering that Astralis Talent have that ace in the hole of Nuke, a sure map pick for them, which they're very comfortable on individually. And I don't think it's one which Heimo can be quite so comfortable on. But Ancient as a home ground for Heimo, that one's a good opportunity for Astralis Talent, as I know that it is somewhere within the remits of their map pool. But again, Heimo, it's the map where those individuals are more than comfortable and making those plays. The likes of Upi over towards that B site is normally the player you want to mention the most in terms of the impact that he can have. Well, yes, the overall team from Heimo do lack a lot of those fundamentals, which I often search for when I'm watching Counter-Strike. I'm looking at the who has the good trades, who has the good mid-round reactions, whether they're freezing, slowing things down, or whether they're reacting, making sure that whatever they do with a man advantage is tradable. That's my sort of bread and butter when it comes to Counter-Strike. And Heimo, they do lack that as a team, but individually they can put themselves into these positions, especially players like Upi, where they can single-handedly take over the round. Have a quick look at the bracket for playoffs though, so we can have a look and see where the teams who have already made it through lie and where the two teams who will make it through can come through from these two decider matches today. See, we've got Anonymous and Luminar at the top who are waiting for the winners of these two matches. Viperio and Case, that'll be an interesting game. Again, for those who aren't aware about Case, they're a Brazilian team who are boot camping here in Europe whilst they prepare for the North America, or the Americas RMR, which is happening in a couple weeks' time, or I think it might be even 1 week's time. So they're looking to make as deep a run as possible, get as many reps as they can in official capacity against European competition, and truly test their gameplay. You've got LNG and Copenhagen Wolves, two of the, well, I wouldn't say heavy hitters, but I'd say LNG certainly are. They're a team who have made very deep runs in United21 seasons before, and Copenhagen Wolves have got some players who individually have reached high highs. They've got the likes of Andu, for example, who used to play for Gamer Legion most recently. So he himself would be expecting a decent run. It would be a disappointment for him to step down from Gamer Legion, be removed from Gamer Legion, and then not be in a team that could make a deep run in United21. But yeah, that's an exciting bracket to look forward to. That'll be coming up in the next few days. But again, right here, right now, we've got to decide which two teams, the final two teams, will be joining that playoffs bracket. Now, I'm not sure how long we've got until the game starts, so we will take a quick little break whilst we wait for the players to get ready. We'll be right back. Welcome back to United21. We're getting straight into the action as both teams are ready here on Ancient, and it's a fast pistol round. Heimo accelerating into this B bomb site, and they're going to successfully take it and get this bomb planted, but in the meantime their players fall down by the wayside as they look for a post plant towards long. Sarti left in a 1 versus 4. Isolate Sen, dancing around this pillar. Astralis, all they need to do is overwhelm him and trade, and that's exactly what they do. Astralis get themselves a pistol round. Apologies for the wait. Some technical issues on the player's side. Does appear that Heimo are going to be playing with Zati today and Monox. So we'll be missing out on Arvid. Arvid is one of the players who I would put up there with Upi as the impact players that Heimo need to find those multi-kills, to be able to do their role to the level above and beyond that which is required. Astralis Talent already 1-0 up. The bomb plant enables Heimo to go for an aggressive buy with these Mac 10s, and they're going to be fighting, brawling towards middle. But it's Croc who comes out on top. 2 kills for the price of 1. Man advantage yet again for Astralis Talent, but Heimo have slinked out of A main. They found an empty passageway onto an open bomb site. Smoke's deployed to lock out the rotations, and Upi domes Croc, forcing his way through the smoke. And she flashed in, but he's only good for 1, quickly traded. 2 versus 2. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Heimo have plenty of time. They don't need to force the issue. They don't need to rush this bomb plant. Just going to clear out the extremities. Clearing out Temple and CT. So in round 2 they can sleep back towards A and plant safely behind default now. Meantime, Astralis Talent are getting curious. They get searching for information, and Upi peaks at the perfect timing. A triple kill, closing it out with a double. Catching Astralis Talent, they themselves were searching for information. Caught in transition. A second round break there for Heimo. Does break the bank for Astralis Talent. Down to, well, a very weak amount of cash. 1,500 per player approximately. Means they're going to go for 5/7 and Kevlar. Flying heavy in towards mid with 3 players. Astralis Talent managed to take the B lane, securing it. Heimo looked to go for a retake, but oh dear. The retake with no utility. They just walk dry into a blender, into a crossfire, and 3 kills in quick succession in the B doors. Fortunately for Heimo, Jape and Wellho in towards middle. Find 2 of their own. But they're still locked out of this bomb. Smoked off. There's only 35 seconds left for them to try and recover this bomb, and this smoke will last for at least another 10. And replenished. That's it. Unless Heimo want to force their way through the smoke, which is not likely to work anytime soon. They've got to save. Astralis Talent answering back with a force buy of their own. A much weaker force buy at that, but it succeeds. Heimo will try and go for a force buy in response, in kind. 3 MAC-10s, and they're going to use it to go fast and aggressive again. It worked out for them last time, but this time there's no Astralis Talent players in middle to fall victim. Instead, spam through the smoke, nets Croc the opening kill onto Upi. Man advantage. Astralis Talent happy to forfeit the map control, but now they've got all that information. Now they've got 2 kills as well. Croc still holding it towards the red room, and with the help of Angie, they line up the rest, leaving Wellhope 1 versus 5 before he finishes off Angie. Goes for the wide swing, good shot on towards Croc. Can't transfer to the third. Astralis Talent now up to a third themselves. We'll see Heimo go down to the eco. Just Glocks and the single P250. They're going to be setting themselves up outside of the B lane. Astralis Talent happy to search for information. Kier, a big overextension there. No support, no flashbang, just a dry swing. He goes down for free. Unfortunately, Angie and Croc will help clean up. Couple kills for Heimo. Some reinvestments have to come out for Astralis, but it's still 3 players surviving. It's still somewhat profitable. It would have been much nicer if they kept that clean, considering they were only up against 1 P250. Right, here comes the buy round for Heimo. Again, using 2 stand-ins is not easy for them. They're going to have to resort to these more scrappy poppy plays. They don't have the protocols in play for these defaults, but maybe the brawl will work out. It's a fast rush up towards the B site. Upi gets the opening. In fact, he doubles up. Kier only good for 1. We take detail throwing for Croc. It allows him to fight towards short without having to worry about long, and he will isolate Wellhope, but there comes the trade for Monarchs. 2 versus 3. Bomb already ticking. Astralis Talent without any map control towards the B site. They're going to have to go and save. Angie and Suma keeping the weapons in hand. They'll still be able to buy next round, assuming they save these weapons. Croc and Kier will be able to buy once they get their loss bonus. Suma can drop to Sen if needs be. As if he's even able to keep his weapons. Good for 1. No, Upi will trade it. So now if Astralis Talent choose to go for a buy, Sen may be on a compromise. Unless Anzi drops a Famous or something. Yeah, there you go. Famous onto Sen. Suma not perhaps as committed to that save as he should have been. Sticking around for exits. Not worth the risk. Astralis Talent are going to be going for a 2-1-2. Passive in towards mid. Heimo playing as a pack. Wellhell allowed to lurk in towards middle. You got the 4. Grouping up on lane. Ready to creep in towards cave, but Upi, the spam, Kier, tries to counter spam, but in doing so just walks straight into Upi's spray. Another opening for him, but Angie and Croc will find a couple. Sen tries to go on the double swing, but the Famous, I think he might have picked up the M4 actually there. Not good enough for the job. Angie will pluck down 1 on rotation. Suma finds the trade, but Upi is there to close it out. He gets the first and the last kill of the round. Now that's a commonality that you should look out for against Heimo on Ancient. Is quite a lot of 4-1 CS, with the 4 playing towards lane and Wellho going towards mid-late on his own. Setting themselves up for a site hit up against the full ecoing Astralis, knowing there's very little cover for Astralis to stack behind. Sumo will work his way out of Temple and find one, but a late CT smoke so that Heimo could take those aim duels with their rifles at range. It's going to be a 3-man retake in through Temple. Wellho spots them. Jump across, he gets absolutely domed there by Crocs. RT next up on the plate. He just dodges, lets Upi try and mode down a multi-kill, but again, he too is overwhelmed. He too is traded. Eventually, Jake will come in with a Mac 10 to close it out, but some decent trades there from Astralis Talent, considering a full eco, just a single deagle brought up. And they get 3 kills. Not too bad. Puts a cap on the economy for Heimo, or at least a cap on how much profit they could get from that round. Time Heimo to go heavy in towards middle. Beautiful HEs. Chunk down Angie and Croc. HE blows open the mid smoke. Upi comes in with a split and another double kill for him. Sumo forced back. The lone defender on this entire side of the map. His 2 teammates have just walked down the lane, so Sumo got a large responsibility of making sure he doesn't go down for free. The rotation comes in from Astralis Talent, but they're going under 2 channels. And Heimo are moving back on the 3rd. As they look to crunch, they circle all the way around Heimo. 1 through Temple. The lurk of Wellho taken down, but in the meantime, the 2 players who came from B, Sen's come through Temple. Kier has come all the way through T-Spawn, but in the meantime, Heimo have just gone through mid, through heaven, into an empty B bomb site. Concerned about the possibility of a push there. There we go, they'll deploy the Molotov. Monarchs with the utility to clear out these extremities, or at least hold on to those extremities. Smoking CT, mollying the slope. Astralis, despite having utility in the form of 2 smokes, 2 flashes, despite having a kit and a 3-on-3, they decide to save. Partly due to the fact they didn't have control of any of the extremities on that B site to attempt to retake. Not having any extremities on those retakes, it means that you have more map control to clear, which takes longer, and time not on your side. The bomb ticking down. Can't afford that. And Astralis Talent going to be ecoing around these 3 saved rifles. Seeing if these 2 AKs, this 1 M4, can be enough to win them the round, but Sen already taking down Upi, a beautiful shot above the slope. OP is then hunted down by Angie, but in the meantime, Heimo have got a lot of information. Mid cleared, no presence there. They've realised rifles over towards B. Should mean an empty A bomb site. Wellho going to be creeping in through this smoke, clearing out Donut, allowing them to split this site. And the Astralis Talent players are in that kill box. Rotation comes through in towards Donut. A good 2-for-1 trade, but the man advantage now, I say that, it's quickly taken away. Suma into the 1 versus 1. Zarty knows where he is. Zarty's just going to dart away towards A main, a position where, if necessary, he can keep falling back. Smoke tapped on the bomb. Zarty calls his bluff. Little does he know, Suma actually has a kit. Suma's now going to stick that. Zarty needs to go for the spam, needs to be on target, but Suma successfully gets the defuse. The 1 versus 2 for the young Danish talent. Scoreline tied, 5-5. The eco for Astralis pays off with those 3 saved weapons. Using those pistols effectively is bait for the rifles to trade them. Four versus 3, a couple trades as Heimo choose to play aggressive. Kier taking down in towards the cave. Zarty going to be committing to this bomb plant. Wallbang from Angie doesn't quite land the mark through the rock. And Zarty eventually overwhelmed. A good retake there from the Astralis Talent, getting themselves up onto a 6th. Final round of the half. The economy not looking all too good for Heimo, despite that bomb plant in the last round. Going to be forcing into this one everything they have left. There won't be a rifle in sight for the T's. 2 SMGs, 3 pistols. Do have a quick technical pause. Hopefully it will get resolved as soon as possible. Back into it. Now this buy reads heavily like a fast play for Heimo. Use these fast weapons, they're running accuracy to get in the face, and that's exactly what they're doing, popping up on towards this B bomb site. But Kier, a beautiful angle, holds for that rush in a position where he can't be flashed. Mo's down 2. Upi will find a beautiful deagle shot on towards Croc. That's all for now. Astralis, with this man advantage, can set themselves up for the retake, but Sen overextends, isolated by Wellho. Fortunately, Suma is there to hold down long. Now with some support from Angie, Wellho falls, leaving Zarty tucked alone on the site. 1 versus 3 and the smokes fade. Angie cuts him down. A 7-5 half here for Astralis Talent. Again, Heimo hampered by having 2 stand-ins. One of them, again, in place for Arvid. And Arvid, on their CT side of Ancient, is one of those impact players. One of those players I mentioned who, just in his spot, can single-handedly find those multi-kills, find those impact rounds. Alongside Upi, over on this beast bomb site. Two-round lead now for the Danish Academy squad. Pistol round, they're going to be going for 2 smokes, 2 flashes and a Molotov. Creeping over towards B. Heimo themselves, it's a 1-1-3 setup, stacking this B bomb site. Including the Julies up on Upi, and Monox with the smoke and flash. As soon as he spots anyone, he can drop a smoke in towards cave. Drops it towards the extremity as well. The reaction here for Heimo after spotting the cave push is to push slope themselves. But Croc, some beautiful taps. Upi tries to isolate Angie behind, but it won't be good enough. And then the 4-man swing on towards long. Heimo decimated in front of Astralis Talent. Three-round lead, and Heimo going to be going on a full eco, stacking in towards middle, but the utility absolutely manhandles them. The HE destroys them, and they're all fully blind. They get mowed down. Croc with a triple kill, Kier with a double. Astralis Talent now up to a 9th, closing in on stealing this map away from Heimo. We'll see how much of a defense Heimo can put up now that they have rifles in their hand. Five M4s. A handful of grenades. They do have those all-important incendiaries. Astralis Talent just going to be contacting up on towards this B bomb site, and they isolate these players. There's no crossfire to be established, but fortunately the rotation comes through. Astralis Talent struggle to trade. 2 versus 3 man advantage for Heimo. Astralis Talent have bought a full rotation, but Heimo are getting curious. They're searching for information, and Jape has found some, but at the cost of his life. 2 versus 2. Should have been the bomb spotted. I'm going to be sticking around. Smoke towards short. Molly towards long, but Zati gets in front of it. Will he be able to peek and spot the leg? He will, but not in time to deny the bomb, but he gets the double kill anyway. Ground secured for Heimo. But Astralis Talent going to be happy with 3 kills plus a bomb plant. They cap the profits for Heimo, but also improve and bolster their own. An extra $600 per player, which guarantees them a full buy here. Without it, I wouldn't be surprised if we would see an eco or a half buy. Thanks to that bomb plant, you can get 4 AKs out. It's only Angie who lacks the funds. Astralis Talent fighting for mid. They take it, but slowly. They're not overextending through the bottom of mid. And oh dear, Kier, what a trade. Monox dinks him and Kier counter spams. Time Astralis, they creep and crawl in towards middle. And finally spotted by Jape. Both players fading the smoke. Did Wellho spot the shoulder or not? Croc is fading this. Oh no. This could be really sketchy. Does finish off the first. Spots Wellho. Shadow spotted on both players, but eventually traded, eventually dealt with, but he fought such a heavy rotation. It's Upi to try and defend this B-bomb site on his own. Will take down Kier before being able to fall back to the next angle and take another isolated solo fight. Now a man advantage for Heimo. A quick retake comes through, but Upi fails to trade. Jape even jumps around the corner for him. Fortunately, Angie overplays his hand. And Sen can't quite land the shots. Upi, a beautiful quad kill there. Mentioned it before, I'll say it again. The impact that individual player can have on Heimo. Broken the bank for Astralis Talent. It'll be a full eco for them. Croc going down to the flames in middle. Kier with a hero deagle. Zuma span through the smoke. Heimo making light work of these eco players. Astralis Talent attempting this boost. With a jump heard. Hearing the boost through the smoke, and Jape is going to crack a couple on the MP9. Angie can be hunted down, and there you go. 4 kills in total on MP9s, and cash farmed for Heimo. Heimo closing the distance between these two teams just within 1 round, but Astralis Talent have an opportunity to try and stretch it with this buy. Heimo looking to crunch the lane, but the flashes aren't there. The Astralis Talent should be fully blind in that setup. If you're going for a lane crunch, there needs to be flashes above the bucket, above that cubby, to fully blind Astralis, but instead they've got a firing squad and Heimo walking to their demise. An advantage now for Astralis Talent. They can group in the mid round. All they need to do is trade. With Donut in their control, they're going to be creeping in 3 players towards A main. A 3-1 split on this A site. Util comes through, confirmation of their location. Zati going to be dropping Incendio to try and slow down this bomb plant. But Angie can just plant on the extremities of the flames. Heimo should look to save. A 4 versus 3 retake, not likely. Astralis will be the first to reach double digits here on Ancient. 3 players surviving for Heimo is good for their bank. They can save more weapons and they have to reinvest. They can just drop over to Upi and Monox if they don't buy themselves. There you go. UP gets dropped over because Jape is going to buy an AWP, a sniper rifle. Some aggression towards the bottom of middle, locking out elbow. Okay, forces way in towards heaven. A couple trades come through and Astralis Talent find themselves with a man advantage. And mid control in their hands. It's the two mid players for Heimo to fall. Heimo need to look to try and incorporate this fight. Upi spots the shoulder of Angie. Angie should not overextend. He has the bomb. He's on his own. He isn't tradable. It's a high risk for him to fade the edge of the smoke. Fortunately for him, Upi has fallen back. On his way in towards Red Room, looking to retake middle. Question is who fights first, Croc or Upi. They spot each other, but no damage done. Meantime, Astralis Talent now pounce up on towards his B bomb site where Monox holds on his own. Good for one. The trade does come through. Upi again loves this angle towards long. These Astralis Talent players are low and there's very little utility to help them cross. And there you go, Upi catches Angie and that's the bomb. A reflash from Sen. They need to play for this trade. It does come through. But HE is good, but the AWP is better. Again, Astralis Talent, whenever they're finishing on this B bomb site, they're really struggling with crossing because of Upi on long. That time it wasn't just Upi, it was also Jape, but the point still stands. They can't without utility to block off long. Heimo going for a bit of a mix-up here. It's a two-player push towards A main, looking for a lot of info. In the meantime, Astralis Talent, they set their sights towards this B site once more. Despite the troubles, this time they're going to play for long control, wrapping their way around in towards short. And Wellho and Zati don't. Beautiful pathing, but both of them get utility out, not ready for the third. Monox finds the double kill, overextends though. Into the 2-on-2 as Jape will catch Angie towards long. I think it was Upi getting aggressive towards A main, so he's not involved in the action this time. He's still here for the late round. Good HE, softens up Sen. Upi will finish, leaving Suma. 1 versus 2, catches Upi. Shadow gives away his location. Can spam the shoulder. Suma now smoked off into the 1 versus 1. Dave's going to be sticking the bomb. Oh, Suma runs out of bullets on the spam. Eventually will finish him off, but not before the defuse comes through. Heimo tied up 10-10. Astralis Talent finally taking a tactical pause. Allowing their coach Ritter to impart some words of wisdom to these younger guys. Keep them in check. Or also perhaps to discuss what they want to do with their money. Suma was able to save an AWP and drop that over to Angie. Suma can buy. Sen can probably buy. Go for an AK if he's missing some utility. In fact, a second tactical pause in a row. This is a proper deep discussion for Astralis Talent. A reminder, they did have a heavy lead. I believe it was 9-5. We now sit at 10-10. Two tactical timeouts used up in Astralis Talent. I'm going to elect to go for a half bite around this AWP. Upgraded pistols. Kevlar. Let's see what they have in mind. Hopefully they can set up Angie to go for a nice little opening kill. An opening pick. It will be for that boost, but it's Kier who gets the first kill. Beautiful flash sets up Kier to take down Upi, the danger man. Now removed. Monox will hold down the B site with good for one. Zati finds the double though. Man advantage for Heimo. We've got to try and isolate these fights. Suma searching around the pillar. Zati just dancing, but buys so much time for Jape to come through, leaving Anshi in a 1 versus 3. And she now locked out behind the smoke. Supposed to shoulder a quick scope, lands a kill, but can't quite land the no scope and will be overwhelmed. Heimo take the lead, 11 to 10. Astralis Talent, despite getting a lovely opening kill, taking down Upi, they try and pop on towards that B bomb site, but the trading just wasn't there. They line up for the first kill, and then they struggle to deal with Zati, who's just dancing around the pillar, just running circles around them. But now Charlotte's coming to this one with a buy. No AWP for Angie, but they'll still have 5 AKs. 3 smokes immediately deployed. Window. Extinguish the smoke in mid. And a cave smoke. Charlotte will edge around their own smoke at the bottom of middle. Astralis take map control successfully, but a quick reaction is coming in from Heimo. Walk down the slope. Suma was holding for it, but he doesn't win the fight. Monox just walks into his crosshair and gets away with it. It's a lot of information there for Heimo as well as an opening kill. Beautiful reaction to losing both mid and cave. Croc will catch Wellho. The flashes come through though. Counter flashes as well from Zati. But it is traded. 3 versus 3. Astralis Talent can pick up this bomb. 30 seconds on the clock. But Heimo, with that early information, they can stack this B bomb site with 2 players. Charles making a last ditch rotation. Sprinting in towards Donut. Jake to hold, good with the AWP, good for 1. Sticks around, holds for a second. Croc rushing the bomb plant, shoulder spotted. Jake misses the shot, and Angie will punish. But the health very low, but it doesn't matter when Croc is hitting headshots like that. He's up to 23 kills already. And Zati, low health, no kit, no utility, just has to save. He's only saving a FAMAS. He should be able to find a rifle at the bottom of the B lane. Or an upgraded one. Even an extra kit to boot. Astralis Talent tie us up again, 11 to 11. Angie and Croc able to save an AK and an AWP. A little bit of an upgrade there for Angie. Heimo going to be forcing up here on round 23. 1 single AK on Zati. Couple MP9s and a couple pistols. The crunch in towards middle works perfectly though. A smoke just outside of heaven. Oh man, I'm tripping over my words here. Smoke outside of heaven. Allows them to crunch in towards middle with 2 towards the bottom. The rotation comes through in towards cave, and it's a blender for Astralis Talent. Again, in the late rounds, these mid-rounds reactions to fight up towards B, they're just not successful for them. Heimo are playing so well towards the extremities of this site, and Astralis Talent get picked off as they march up the slope. Angie left again in a clutch scenario, this time 1 versus 2. Not ready for Upa to come up the slope. Heimo will find map point. It's a well-orchestrated win condition there for Heimo, going for that mid-crunch with the weaker weapons. They fight heavy to the bottom of mid. 2 players swinging out on cave on timing. The smoke to give them cover. Astralis' reactions in the heat of the moment just have too many gaps. Astralis forcing themselves in the final round of regulation. Only 2 AKs, an SMG, 2 pistols. Set themselves up for an A-site execution. Jake, with the AWP, lies in wait and tags 2 players, gets them down low. Deploys some util to try and deny them control of the big box, but that's not where they're pathing. I'll hope. Able to finish 1. Five versus 4, man advantage still for Heimo. UP looks to working towards Temple, but he's not even good for 1. Jape does find the trade, but overwhelmed. They're pushing towards CT. 3 versus 2. Time ticking on the bomb. They're going to drop a smoke. And she's still with us. AK, but no one denies the defuse. It comes all the way through the 5 seconds. It will be Heimo taking their map pick of Ancient 13-11. Astralis did look like they were in control for a decent portion of that game, getting all the way up to a 9-5 scoreline, but their reactions on that T side just weren't strong enough in the mid-round, especially over towards B. There was too many times that UP would get multi-kill after multi-kill. On top of that, you add the win conditions, the fluid setups that Heimo were bringing with their mid crunches on towards middle, for example, on one of those previous rounds. It was very difficult for Astralis to actually close that one out. But that was Heimo's map pick. We'll be moving on to Astralis' map pick of Nuke next after a quick 10-minute break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to United21 Season 22, this decider match between Heimo and Astralis Talent. The winner goes through to the playoffs, the loser is eliminated. Heimo already managed to take their map pick 13 to 11, but we're moving to Astralis Talents of Nuke. Early in the pre-game I did make a bit of a mistake. I mentioned that Heimo wasn't quite a strong map for them, but it is. Looking at their stats on HLTV, they have a very strong win rate. We'll see how they fend on CT side. But for now, on the T side, Astralis Talent are getting aggressive. Croc already the opening, looking to wrap their way in towards Hell. In fact, splitting. Ramp. This is a classic Vex pistol strat. This is an infamous strat in the UK scene. 2 towards Secret, 2 wrapping over Silo, and 1 coming late towards Ramp. You split Ramp with 2 Hell, 1 Ramp. Then you split lower with 3 Ramp, 2 Secret. But as they get the kills outside, as they cause the chaos, as the rotations are absolutely compromised for Heimo, Astralis Talent make their way up towards the top site and get it planted up there anyway, leaving Jape in a 1 versus 5. Location known. And he won't be able to find a single kill. It'll be Angie to finish him off. Astralis Talent survive without a single death. Entering into the second round. Heimo going to be going for the force buy. We're going to be seeing some 5-7s at Deagle. A scout in the hands of Monox. Astralis Talent are looking to brawl, looking to go fast here. We'll see how many kills this 5-7 can get. Having to fall back, being chased, being hunted down, and Jake won't even find one. Search and destroy there for Astralis Talent. They get their way down to the lower side, and Angie opens the door, catching both players, Zati and Upi, off guard. And Monox and Wellhope. 2 versus 5. They're going to be trying to save the Kevlar. There's a rifle that can actually be picked up. Not only that, that's an AK, not even a Galil, a full AK-47. Wellhope will try and save if Keir lets him. No, Keir won't have any of that. And Monox, working his way into Squeaky, will catch Angie. Oh. Little pre-fire one tap there from Keir. Destroys Monox. Astralis Talent collect their second. The force bite fails for Heimo. So they're going to have to go for a full eco to try and get the rifles out on the fourth. Some aggression from Heimo here, attempting somewhat of a lobby crunch, but not too aggressively, not overcommitted to it, just seeing what they can find in towards the ramp, pushing towards radio. There was a player in hut ready to react off of the contact, but they cancel. Unfortunate thing is, though, Astralis Talent, they've wrapped outside, they've taken these aim fights at range. Keir and Croc. Going to be a deadly duo towards the outside on Nuke. And work together relatively well to get one another into these lurk spots, in towards Secret or in towards Garage. Found a kill each here. Astralis Talent still slowing things down. Waiting to see if any Heimo players come out of hiding. Zati fully mollied off, goes down to a very low health. Forced into the fight in lobby, and Wellho caught by Keir creeping in towards heaven. Does just leave Monox coming up the vent. Lands a dink on the Sen, but That's all. It'll be another clean round for Astralis Talent. Plenty of cash in the bank for them here on their T side. But now here comes the investment for Heimo. Full buy. Going to be a heavy lobby setup for Astralis Talent. Often see them making a lot of presence towards outside, but this time it's a full lobby setup and they're getting themselves ready for a top site pop. The mollies to displace them early on to try and pop on towards the site, and they do find the openings, they do find the trades, giving them a man advantage as the util comes in to lock out any potential rotations and a safe plant underneath the heavens. Jake will look to see what he can find, but it's just not worth it. Not worth it at all. Sure, you can make the argument that if Jake gets a kill there, then it's a 2 versus 2. You could perhaps attempt the retake, but even then, Astralis Talent still have utility. They still have strong post-plant positions, and Monarchs with an AWP, no utility, no kit. If Astralis Talent have a good setup, even if Jake finds a kill, most likely going to be traded. Makes a lot more sense there for Jake to actually just save that M4. I could have had an extra M4 coming into round 5, but instead it's just a single AWP. A couple MP9s and pistols brought up to accompany. And the AWP immediately removed, trying to go for an opening pick in towards the hut, but Suma wanting a nice half angle, and the Molotov will deny that weapon from being retrieved. Astralis Talent just going to be locking down this AWP. Heimo, at least Wellho, attempting to recover it, see what he can find in these close angled fights in hut, where you'd think the pistol would excel, but players holding these angles have all the freedom. Upi will land the deagle shot. First kill for him of this map. He was finding plenty of impact over on Ancient. Meantime, Astralis Talent have opened up the possibility of heading down towards the B-bomb site. But Upi with the deagle. With the deagle? With the AK instead. Will land a beautiful headshot on towards Angie. Sati going to creep through this locker's smoke. See if he can find the timing, but Kier spots him. Upi perhaps look to repeat. Thinks better of it. Jape's managed to recover the sniper. We do have two good weapons to try and save here, but Jape trying to still attempt the retake. Goes down for free. Upi have to be an ace. There's no time, no kit. He needs to get out of there. Perhaps sticking around to see if he can find an extra kill, but again, it's not worth it. Like, you're in a bad space economically. Every round you win, or every round you lose, sorry, you're going to eco. And the following. So you need as much financial aid as possible by saving weapons. Regardless, Astralis on a 5-0 start. Looking formidable here on Nuke. Upi will be searching outside, looking to see if he can isolate a fight, and he will. A beautiful flick up towards Kier, catches him. Careening off of main. In the meantime, Croc has used that as a distraction to slip in towards main. And there you go, cracks open that A-bomb site. That's the lone defender. Monarchs will quickly rotate up in towards heaven, but locked out by this molly. Croc still holds main, catches the low HP of Upi. And gets away before Jape can find a trade. Man advantage for Astralis Talent. Molotovs constantly raining in towards heaven and now smoking towards main. We'll keep Heimo locked out. Unless they find anything nice and quick. There should be a save. There you go. That's a save. As soon as that kill's done, it's a save. Jape, Zati, keep your weapons. Use them next round. See if these 2 rifles can win you the next, because they're certainly not going to win you this one. I can tell you that for free. Would have been even better if Monarchs had saved that AWP. Both these players yet to frag. And Jape will stay that way. As Croc hunts. Zarty will safely get his way in towards T-spawn, even upgrade to the AK. That's just 1 rifle now. They could have had 2 plus an AWP. Again, a similar round for Astralis Talent. It's the heavy util towards the A site, carpeting the site in molly, so there's nowhere safe for the CTs to stand. And just when they least expect it, a likely pop comes through. And there it is, Kier, with a second opening. They are flash delayed, and they're lined up by Zarty. This AK can now start doing work. Equalises it into a 3-on-3. In the meantime, Heimo, they did fully invest. They did force buy, but Upi, his M4, caught by Croc. 3 versus 2. Zarty still holding down this A site. Jape now searching for Croc. Croc may find the timing to get his way in towards main, and there you go, Jape. Caught in the back. Jape's not going to be happy with that. He rotated away from ramp, searching for Croc to see if he can finish off the low HP player outside with his MP9. But he didn't find him. The moment he turns his back, he's behind him. And they know that Zarty last spotted towards this top site. In rotations he could have made in towards lobby or down towards the vent. They are taking their time. Astralis Talent searching the top site now, with Croc having cleared it from heaven. It's cleared what he can. They will be able to get this bomb planted safely. But Zarty will get the first. The HEs might actually finish off soon here. It's a lot of damage, but he doesn't anticipate Croc to be posted up in Mustang so quickly. Croc able to seal the deal. Astralis now up to a 7th. Croc and Kier are storming ahead on the scoreboard right now. The 2 more experienced players for Astralis Talent, I believe Kier the IGL. But both the outside players as well. After that force by Heimo are going to be working with just MP9s. Man, it's such a shame, because if they went for a force buy last round, but if they forced and had the open the other rifle to save, it would have been fine. But instead, it was weak. Now they're going to go for a lobby crunch. These MP9's getting aggressive, but there's a setup in play to mow them down. They are going to get a couple, but it's quick trades. In fact, it's Suma to collect the triple. Even UP 1 versus 3. And he was down here in towards Secret, ready for the reaction, anticipating that if the lobby crunch was successful, Astralis Talent would make a panic rotation down Secret, where he'd lay in wait, but that relied on the lobby crunch being somewhat successful. About it. He's now in a 1 versus 3. Not much to do. Astralis have to try and chaperone this bomb towards the A bomb site, which Kears managed to clear. A Croc coming in to join. Suma on such low HP. We'll get that bomb across. It's Molly towards heaven, but they'll get the smoke down towards main. Upi should look to save his Kevlar. He may be able to try and get his way in towards lobby and pick up an AK, but it's not likely. The Astralis Talent proximity. Judging by the fact he's down to 1k, his Kevlar is definitely worth saving. His loss bonus is only 3.4. If he does get a kill on the MP9, it does pay that off. It does then become worth it because the Kevlar only costs 650. There you go, there's the kill. Gets a second. Farms some more cash, but will go down in the process. So, the profit of 1,200 worth the loss of the 650. So now he does actually have a better buy. Mathematically, that worked out, sorry. Molly on towards that top site from Kurt. Going towards the top of the silo, but Upi behind the cover of the smoke will find him, but it's a quick trade from Croc. Won't allow Upi to get away with such messy plays. Jape holds on towards the ramp, but again, it's another good trade from Astralis Talent. 3 versus 3. That really compromises the rotations for Heimo. They now have less players to defend the same amount of ground. The reaction. Take squeaky control. It's a safe haven. Only 2 exits. A narrow choke point. From this position, Wellho can get information on towards the lobby. Question is if he's cleared. With this smoke into squeaky, means the Croc is free to do so, but it isn't clean. And he lines up Sen behind him on low HP. Double kill now for Wellho. Angie going to throw away his AWP. Little does he know that Monarch still has one in play. Location now known with the noise he's made, and Zati another off angle held. Heimo will get the first on the board here on Nuke. It's only after a string of 8 for Astralis. Astralis again, a lobby hold this time. Looking to see if they can find any openings, and they're going to be popping onto the site, but they line up. Zati not blinded in towards Tetris. And Wellho with another, but this time caught smoke in hand. Croc will answer back. They should find somewhat of a response. Can this response snowball? Can this response get louder? Jape going to be holding an off angle in towards ramp, but cleared. Beautiful clear from Angie. Cheeky little crouch peek into the 2-on-3, and Monarch's very low on health. And the B-bomb site and the easy site to retake for the CTs. Can Astralis Talent get themselves into a good post plant? The barrel of Upi spotted or not? Either way, he finds Croc. Angie caught between a rock and a hard place. We'll find Upi. The trade doesn't come through from Squeaky. Instead, Angie slinks in towards ramp. Knows that Monarch is close. Molly comes through. Will isolate Monarchs into the 1 versus 1. But Zati will find the trade. And we'll find the defuse. Time to get a second round. But it's such good economic damage there from Angie. Technical pause Hopefully it will get resolved as soon as possible, but look at the funds for Heimo. They can still buy again, but if they lose and don't save any weapons, then Astralis Talent will get a free round because Heimo will then have to force buy on the last. They won't have enough money to buy on the last if they lose this one. That's thanks to the damage done by Angie. If Heimo survive with 3 players, then it's profitable. They build some more cash. They have some extra cash left over for round 12. By getting those extra kills, yes, Astralis Talent don't convert the round, but they set up the dominoes to make the next rounds easier if they can knock over this first domino. At the moment, what's worked the best for Astralis Talent is the Kier and Croc combo towards outside. Those are the 2 players who have found the most impact. Head and shoulders above the rest, at least on the scoreboard. So if they can work outside control, deal with Upi, who is always a danger man. If you deal with him early, then you know he's not going to be a threat in the mid to late rounds. See what they choose to do. Smoke deployed outside. Will be an outside default for Astralis Talent. 2 outside, 1 silo. That's here going over the top, and there you go. Upi dealt with. Plucks him out of the sky. I think Upi went to jump spot there. Monox will find the trade on towards Croc. Scoped up in towards Heaven. He's got a world of information. Scoped up now. Kier left towards the top of main. And G picks up the bomb, takes it back towards lobby to group up with Suma and Sen. Monarch still searching with this orc, seeing what he can find. Does spot the head of Kier, but won't land the shot. Kier doesn't punish either. Meantime, Suma been taken down. I believe Suma managed to get his way down towards the vent, and Jake finds the perfect timing to peek and catch Angie and Sen shifting in radio room. Leaving Kier 1 versus 4. He's going to creep away towards T-spawn and go and save this AK. Astralis Talent, they themselves don't have the funds. As I was talking in the freeze time about how Heimo on the back foot, economically speaking, Astralis Talent, I didn't notice that their money wasn't great either. That round kind of falls apart because they get that opening kill, but then they just freeze. They fall back from outside. And because of where Monox was, he was outside in Heaven. He saw for the longest time, okay, there's no reaction outside. They already got contact outside. They spotted both Kier and Croc outside. Got one of the kills, 4 versus 4. If Astralis Talent aren't doing anything outside, where do you think they're going to be? Inside. So they just bolster inside. The players on the top site, the players towards ramp are ready for an Astralis Talent reaction. Would have been a little bit more deadly if they'd replenished those smokes, allowed Kier to then drop off main and lurk in towards Secret or in towards Garage or something, and then he would have been a danger point, a threat Monarchs would have to have been concerned about. And Upi searching for info outside. Forced by for Astralis Talent in the final round of the half. Going to be faking a top site hit, utility in towards hut and from the roof. It's bought Astralis Talent the time to sprint down in towards Secret, but they're being loud about it. So Wellho's going to get down. Will find one, but it's a good quick trade. And now Croc locks down the vent. Upi thought he found the time to get back down, but no. Now Croc has found Zati on the top side. They're splitting the top side, coming up the vent. They've bought a full rotation down towards lower. And Suma holds for Jape to react in towards the lobby, leaving Monox, who's already down on this lower site, stuck in the vent. Orp spotted. Croc kills. 9-3. A clean half there for Astralis Talent. 8 in a row before Heimo could find their footing. Kieran Croc, 12 and 15 kills each. Swap over. Now we'll see how Heimo's T side looks. I mentioned before again, it is a map which has statistically a successful win rate for them. They've got an 80% win rate on HLTV. 4 wins and 1 loss, but they do have 2 stand-ins. Zati and Monox. It's going to make it harder for them to do any set pieces on a map like Nuke, which is much more execute heavy. Croc can be searching in towards the hut and does catch Croc. Or does catch Monox, sorry. An advantage for Astralis Talent. Couple players spotted on the ramp for Zati, applying a small amount of pressure. Confirmation that there's 2 players there, meaning this top site likely weaker, so they exploit it. They try and get their way in towards Squeaky. Upi does get down towards the lower side, but he doesn't have the bomb on his back. It's Jape who does, and he's locked out. Eventually makes his way down, but the rotations are coming through thick and fast. Upi dancing around dark will find 3 beautiful shots. Pivoting around the corners, leaving Croc in a 1 versus 2. Sprinting down towards the vent. Jape taps the bomb. Croc ready to take contact. Tries to bait the swing out for Jape. And it will come through and he'll finish him off. But it's Upi to collect the quad. We talked about this man's impact. The highlights that he can get in the multi-kills. Just the way he danced around dark, firing shots. And it's not like he committed to one fight and tried to hard kill that one person in that 1 versus 1 before dancing. No, he would dance around, fire a couple shots at each, hope that they'd land, but he wouldn't hard commit, so that he was continuing to jiggle, not committing to a fight, but also so he'd keep them at bay. Every jiggle he'd made would be a stutter step from Astralis Talent, slowing them down as they approached him, as they tried to close him in. Beautiful play. Astralis Talent now going to be forcing, though. Hero M4 onto Kier. Deagles and Kevlar on the rest. Beautiful HG from Zati. Opens up that smoke. Kier doesn't find anything with the M4. Instead, Jape's able to pick that one up. The ace in the hole for Astralis Talent now removed. Man advantage. Make it 3. And she finds a 1-for-1. Now left alive. 1 versus 4, but won't deal with Jape. That picked up N4. Heimo up to a 5th. Now this is a mirror scoreline as to what we saw over on Ancient. 9-5. Difference being Astralis at that point were on the T side when they had the lead. This time it's the CT. It's the CT of their own map pick. Upi searching outside. Astralis Talent on a full eco. 1 player in towards the top site, making a little bit of presence. 1 in towards main, but it's 3 towards garage. They're trying to go for a swing to overwhelm Upi, and they do. He only manages to find 1. AK then picked up. Meantime, Heimo identified. Ramp open. And they'll careen down in towards this lower site, get this bomb planted in an open spot. Croc tries to creep through a single smoke. And she should look to save this AK. Save it for a rainy day. At the moment, this day is almost over. By day, I mean round. Another kill collected. And Sen can pick up the Mac 10 and farm some cash. An extra kill. It's $900 there, $600 on the Mac 10, $300 on the USP. Gives him some more bank to afford more utility. Guarantee some kits in play. Heimo setting their sights towards outside. It's some form of default smoke spot I think they've missed. A big gap behind the back of them, which I believe Angie has scoped up. There you go. Smoke replenished. Using 3 smokes to create that wall. Upi will manage to find the timing to get his way in towards secret. Angie concerned about the possibility of an outside wrap, so he'll make his way in towards CT. Smoke comes in towards main. Heimo continuing to work outside. UP gets his way in towards secret. In the meantime, the reaction is a lobby crunch, but Welho holding passively from the elbow. The entrance to lobby will pick Suma away and then fall back. Much safer angle. In the meantime, Angie has found Jape. Is he aware of Zati having crept all the way in towards the left-hand side of main? Left-hand side of garage, sorry. A very strong spot. He's jiggling and catches the flick. Beautiful shot. That would be the advantage, but in the meantime, Upi has found one towards the lower site. 2 versus 3. Bomb going to be planted on B. Astralis quickly set themselves up for a retake. The question is Upi Shadow spotted? Yes, it is. The HE, he almost finishes them off the kills. The Monarchs can't get duck into cover in time. Astralis Talent find themselves on double digits up to a 10. Heimo still able to invest. Empty their bank accounts to afford this buy. Some initial util deployed towards his top side here. Gets his way behind the vent. Just guarding the edge of the squeaky smoke. Croc wins the 1 versus 1 versus Upi outside. That's a fight which will be pivotal throughout most of this game. Well hope. It's out towards Squeaky. Catches Kit. Croc comes in, but again, it's 1-for-1 trades. 3 versus 3. Sumo goes for a spam through the vent, but it's Monox who finds the head. And she, this whole time, searching towards ramp. In a great spot, spots the shoulder of Jape. 2 versus 3, man advantage for Heimo. They're going to get this bomb planted on the top site. Astralis Talent will look to save. So Angie creeps away from lobby. Sen looks to join him through ramp. Heimo don't have the funds to hunt. They're going to keep their 3 AKs alive. Find a safe way to exit. Heimo will find a 7th. Only trailing by 3 behind Astralis Talent. Again, initial util thrown from Heimo. Pressure towards Squeaky and towards outside. Trying to blind the CTs. Astralis Talent will set themselves up for a bit of a lobby crunch here. Beautiful flash sets Kier through the Squeaky smoke. Wellho found. Now, Wellho is normally the lone lobby lurk. Little did they know, Monox is also here in place, but now they do. Now they do, and Monox is gone. 2 kills. Make that 3 as Angie catches Upi overextending outside. No trade potential over the top of red. Zati desperately tries to make a break towards Secret. Paths round in towards Garage, but Kier in towards main will search him. Leaving Jape in a 1 versus 4, still at the top of silo. And Jape disconnects. Bit of a technical pause there as we wait for Jape to rejoin the serve. That's unfortunate in the 1 versus 4. Technical issues, but a nice lobby crunch there from Astralis Talent. It's really well set up. Make it look like they're blocking with the Squeaky smoke. And then a well-timed flash comes through Squeaky. Kier kills anyone who's in Squeaky. At that point, it's just Wellho. And you have a player coming in hut ready to swing off his contact. Because if there's a player caught by that flash, they're going to be calling, flash from Squeaky, and being pushed from Squeaky. Anyone who's holding hut, unless they're incredibly disciplined and read the round well, they're going to try and support their flash teammate. They're going to stop looking at hut. That's exactly when that hut player comes in. Jape is back in the server. Astralis closing in on taking us to that 3rd decider map. Heimo will be going for a force buy. 2 AKs, 1 Galil, a Tech 9 and a Deagle. Limited utility, only 2 smokes. That's not enough for a full wall unless they do the diagonal wall outside, but that can be very easily countered by the HEs in play. And we set themselves up for a ramp pop. A bit of presence made outside by Upi with Deagle. Tech 9 spamming in towards lobby, but the 3 rifles get ready to just pop on towards the ramp. It's a full contact play. They're good for 1. Angie scoped up, ready for that jump. Will respond with a kill on towards Jape. They get their way down in towards the ramp, but Zati, let's see if he can isolate Angie outside. Kier, first to rotate down. Will tap out Wellho. Make it a second. Heimo just don't have the utility to flush out Kier or to stop him from denying a bomb plant. So they're just trying to fight him, but it's 1 by 1. Fortunately for Heimo, Upi does collect Suma with the Deagle. Finds the upgrade. Kier, what a risky play, creeping through that smoke. Deals with Zati, and that's the bomb dropped. Leaving Upi in a 1 versus 3. Trying to make his way towards this lower site. Molly on towards the ramp to try and flush Croc back up into his crosshair, but it's not going to be. 33 seconds. Upi could go for a save if he wants. This AK and Kevlar will be worth more than the money he'll get next round, but he won't be able to keep it. Instead, he'll go down. Astralis Talent will find themselves up onto map point. A 5-round deficit for Heimo. And if they want to mount a comeback to try and win this series in 2, they'll have to win a round with just pistols. 4 Deagles, 1 Tech 9. Very light utility once more. Croc looking to farm some eco frags, farm some pistol kills. And there goes Oopie, the danger man removed. Deagle's looking to find the trade in towards the smoke. That's a lot of information passed over, but the HE blows open the smoke for Kier. He can now tap them down at range. Walk through the squeaky smoke doesn't pan out for Wellhope. Zarty somehow falling back through the smoke. Will find Sumo. Won't be able to collect the rifle. Shoulder spotted. They'll both fall. Will be a 13-7 victory on Nuke for Astralis Talent. Looking very dominant here on their map pick. Very comfortable. The massive threats from Kier and Croc towards outside working really well together. And just wasn't... Heimo weren't able to withstand that storm considering they had 2 stand-ins. So we'll be moving on to Dust 2 next. A map where stand-ins aren't too much of an issue. That'll be coming up after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to this best of 3 series, this decider match between Astralis Talent and Heimo. The loser is eliminated, the winner goes through to the playoffs, and it all comes down to this final map here of Dust 2. We saw Heimo manage to wrangle their way through Ancient, taking their own map pick 13-11. Where Astralis Talent just in the mid-rounds on their T side. They couldn't quite get it over the line after a 9-5 lead with a strong CT side, winning the pistol on the T side. Their T side just wasn't good enough on Ancient in that they kept getting picked off as they'd approach that B-bomb site. Their mid-round reactions were a little bit too scrappy. They'd constantly get picked apart as they were doing it. It wasn't clean. The trades weren't there. We then moved over to Nuke, and that ended up being a clean win for Astralis Talent, though. They dominated outside with the likes of Croc and Kira as a deadly duo where Upi wasn't up to the task to actually shut them down. That brings us here to this decider of Dust 2 in this best of 3. Now, Dust 2 is a map which let me just double check the exact stats so I don't want to quote myself incorrectly here. For Heimo, on HLTV, they've played it 3 times in the last 3 months, but they haven't won it. It's one of their lower maps in the pool, but they've decided to pick it here, or allow it to go to Dust 2 as a decider here, primarily because it's a map which the Astralis Talent don't play. Astralis Talent do not play this map. So I think from Astralis Talent's point of view, they might have left it in the veto thinking it's not a good map for Heimo. Heimo won't want it as the decider. They'll pick whatever the other map was in the veto. But instead Heimo said, look, it's not a great map for us, but you guys don't play it at all. So we'll play it. They're going for a bit of a gamble here, especially considering Heimo are working with 2 stand-ins right now, Monox and Zati. A map like Dust 2 is a perfect map if you've got stand-ins. Much easier to plug and play. Heimo getting aggressive here in towards mid. A quick flank here, and it's not being held for. But Upi isn't clean with the shots. A team kill comes through, and Upi goes for a jump and gets a second. Sen will try and hunt them down, though. Will be successful in finding the trades. 3 versus 3, and that's very early on in the round. We've still got a minute 15 to play with. The rest of the Heimo players weren't in a position to react off those engagements. And to be honest, Heimo, considering they were taking a 2 versus 5 fight there, they're lucky to get away with 2 kills. Early information spotted by Zati. In towards tunnels. Calls a little bit of a gamble rotation. But Jape comes in to join him. With Astralis Talent, they're not committing. They're just going to slip away in towards lower tunnels. No utility used to cross there, but Croc still with the smoke and flash on his person. They're going to be accelerating up towards A. Wellho to defend from long. Spots them crossing, turns ready for the flash. His teammate's now coming up, but he falls. 1-man advantage for Astralis Talent, and now they try and enact a killing floor in towards middle. Jape pivots in towards CT. The bomb dropped, but he will be hunted down. Astralis Talent get their first round on the board. It's a messy one. Requires a lot of mid-rounding. Astralis Talent, 5 players in towards long. They get spotted. Heimo getting a lot of information, reading the rotations from Astralis Talent throughout that, but they find the trades. And it puts Heimo down onto a weak buy here. A full eco, 5 USPs, a smoke and a flash. Smoke deployed towards long. I'm not sure what the point of that smoke was on long. That smoke is just going to make sure that Astralis Talent don't go towards long. Heimo was setting themselves up to have a counter flash, so that as soon as Astralis Talent came out long, they could flash them fully blind and swing with 4 USPs. But the smoke there means that Astralis Talent aren't going to go long. Astralis are taking mid control for free. The flash comes through the mid doors, but Angie is going to mop them all up. A triple for him on the Mac 10. Heimo now can come into round number 3 with a third round bye, which on the CT side, if you've lost that pistol, eco in the second, the bye isn't great on the third round. Weak utility, but they do have the rifles out, and a close push from Zati. Well orchestrated. The smoking towards the doors gets pushed up nice and close. So even if Astralis Talent go for a pop, the flashes go behind him. And even if he is blinded, he can just hold left click, catch them in the choke point as they push through the smoke. 2 free kills for him. Suma tries to push back OP. Astralis Talent now accelerating to mid. Smoke. Try and block off vision. The wheel deal with Jape and Kier. Pivots around to take down Oopie, pushing through the edge of the smoke. But a perfect flashbang, but Monarchs can't control the spray. And she will get into the site. Getting this bomb plant would be very good for their economy. He's going to fake it. Dropping an incendiary towards window, but they just walk out the door. It looked like he was going to throw that towards the door there. That would have been really nice if he chucked it there. Heimo collect their first round on the board. Beautiful hold on long towards Zati to set them up. Astralis still able to invest. That bomb plant would have been nice. It would have allowed Sen and Croc to perhaps get AKs instead of Galils. But still full belts of utility, and Angie getting the AWP out nice and early on this T side. Molly's traded here towards short. Both teams deploying util to keep the other at bay. But Astralis are going to walk, force their way through. A perfect flashbang catches Zati, and Wellho's not in a position to provide support. Angie cuts down Oopie in middle. Nice little flick. Okay, lurking out. Finds Wellho, soon doing the same over towards B. The CT side falling apart for Heimo on this round. Not a single kill goes their way. It's the bank broken for Heimo. They win just one round with 2 players surviving. As soon as they lose it, back down to pistols. A little bit of a flash play towards long. Let's get the kill on Zati. Just 1-by-1 fight swinging up on towards short, in towards Croc's crosshair. Somehow that HE doesn't actually do any damage to Jape. Regardless, Astralis Talent will make their way up long. Clearing out the site methodically. Heimo don't really have much to save. They're going to look for some exits is really all they can do. They can find the rifle to drop. Save over to the next round. It would be nice, but be another clean round for Astralis Talent. Another full investment, but Heimo, they invested a few too many pistols into the last round. They still don't have good utility and don't have an AWP up. Now Oopie doesn't have a head, cut down by Croc. Man disadvantage for the CTs. And Croc's found more timing, more space, just walks in towards middle, catches Zati. That compromises this B bomb site, causes Jape to have to focus towards either mid or B. He chooses mid to try and deal with Croc. When doing so, the B site is taken. No contest. Croc trying to hold down these rotations in middle. Well, Ho anticipate it. No, he doesn't. Croc, top of mid. Catch him in the side of the head. Leaving Monox and Jape 2 versus 4. Bomb planted now onto the B site. Now Astralis Talent hunting. And Jape's the B defender and he's the last player alive, yet the bomb's planted on B. Will find Sen. Keeps Angie in check. But Croc will hunt. Flash doesn't quite land. So Jape will collect a couple kills. Croc sent down. It's a costly round for Astralis Talent, but just as costly for Heimo. Difference being Astralis Talent have the funds. Lost bonus built up for Heimo. Going to be ecoing around this saved M4. Able to afford a couple pistols and a scout. Immediately another opening. Croc finds Zati Kier towards long. Astralis Talent are just brawling all over the map against Heimo constantly. There's very little coordination from Heimo. Yes, this is essentially an eco round. But Jape with the M4 hasn't found any activity on this round. He's just gone towards B, hunkered down into the B bomb site, and in the meantime all the pistol players are fighting all and taking all the action. When you've got a saved weapon, you want to set up that weapon for some sort of success. You can't go into this round and just think, yeah, we'll just hold like we've been holding whilst we've been on rifles. If you're not winning these fights on rifles, what makes you think that you can win them on pistols? You have to do something different. You have to go for some sort of gamble. Whether it's stacking or whether it's overloading with the rotations, going for a 3-man push somewhere. Going for a flash play somewhere. Maybe get set up Jape with a boost. Take him towards catwalk, get him to boost on short so we can see him towards tunnels. Something like that. Because not a single kill there with that saved M4. Another clean round for Astralis Talent. But finally Heimo can afford an AWP. Jape's going to be picking that one up. Finally they've got utility to actually contest for map control to keep Astralis at bay. The thing is, there's not much coordination from Astralis Talent either. Like I mentioned, they don't play this map, so by the looks of things, they're essentially just pugging this map right now. And there we go, a heavy fight towards long. This time a gamble, 4 players to fight it for Heimo. Astralis Talent don't commit, but they get the information that it's a heavy long take. Jape posted in middle with this AWP, going to be blocked off by the smoke. Four versus 4. Croc and Monarchs are traded in middle. 40 seconds left. Astralis Talent are now tested in their mid-round. And Jape has taken that AWP over towards B as the B anchor. Smoke in towards middle. Oopie. Trusted to hold long, but he's only good for one. Traded. But that's information passed across. Zati. The tall task on his plate, but domed by Suma. That's the A bomb site open for business. They still have to get this bomb across. The smoking towards CT will give them a helping hand. 13 seconds. Wellho creeping up towards short. Will catch Kier. Kier not clean on the kill. He will go down into the 2-on-2. Bomb starts ticking. Heimo set up their util up towards short. A dink onto Suma. He's spotted by Wellho's AWP. Jape taken down. There's no trade to be found from Wellho. He'll just duck and look to save the sniper. Astralis Talent cruise into a 7th. Heimo with a full round loss bonus and a saved AWP. They're going to force buy up. AWP dropped over to Oopie. A couple M4s brought up on Wellho and Monarchs. MP9 and a Famous and Zati and Jape. It's not a great investment, but Heimo need to battle for every round they can hit. Because at the moment, they're just being run over. They've lost long control. Anji has it pinned. Smoke deployed and Croc is actually across very early. Sen will shut down Wellho. Suma catches a lurking towards middle. Oopie still posted. Still concerned about the possibility of Croc being up the ramp. And Jape, a second lurk. Suma doesn't expect two, but Oopie has fallen. Man advantage for Astralis Talent to get this bomb planted. Smoke to try and lock them out of short, but Monarchs has a lurk smoke so he can walk behind it. Extends the cover. Beautiful flash. Jape can't convert the kill. Jump comes through. Into the 1 versus 1. Kier will pick up the AWP. There's no smoke on the bomb. Double scoped in. Doesn't expect the peek on the right hand side from Monarchs. Kier. Bit of a fumble there. Peeking in just wide in the open. An easy shot for Monarchs to hit there with Kier double scoped in. Heimo get their second round on the board. A proactive mid-round player, two-man push in towards tunnels. Works out for them. The AWP, I believe, picked up and saved as well by Monarchs. Oopie crossing late. Gets information that Anji boosted. But again, it's another opening towards long from Croc. HE does finish him off, does find the trade. Well-timed peek in towards mid from Oopie, catches Suma blinded. He gets away with it, and he's going to re-aggress. Sneaks into the smoke underneath the Xbox. Here's Kier sprinting up towards short, but that's where Wellho lies in wait. Finally, now that Heimo have got the utility, they've got the weaponry, they're starting to shut down Astralis Talent, who clearly don't have the coordination or the team play on this map. It's simply being a map not in their map pool. Now brawl towards long, but the rotation comes through. Heimo onto a third, with only one player going down. Again, so far, Astralis Talent have had most of their success just by pugging, just finding every pick, finding fights, solo pushes towards long, towards middle. But now Heimo start to play together a little bit more, use their utility, the flash peeks in towards mid. Two-man pushes towards tunnels. Smoking towards the mid doors. HE. Try and blow it open. Gain some vision. Astralis again. The way they're working map control, you can tell it's a team who don't practice this map. It's so individualistic. It's Kier on his own creeping down towards middle. On his own creeping up short. Suma on his own working tunnels. They are successful. They're not shut down yet. Until Zati peeks in towards long and catches them both. Welho teamed up with him. I'll mow down all three players towards long, leaving Kier and Suma up on towards short. Welho doesn't expect Kier to be so far pushed out. We'll drop a smoke, which should allow them to cross over towards long to try and retrieve this bomb. And Suma jumping across, even though there's a smoke. I don't know why he went for the jump. Zati with a triple kill. Another solid hold from him towards long. It's Heimo a fourth. Closing the distance now. Final round of the half. No AWP in Anshi's hands. No AWP on the T side. But double for Heimo. But the opening pick comes from the AKs onto Upi, overextending through the mid smoke. Again, it's Kier on his own towards the bottom of middle, working map control. Trying to set up a three-man play. This time, instead of long, the three-man plays towards B. Jape is the lone defender. They creep through the smoke, and he's good for one. There's no trade to come through it. Does eventually. And Kier is in position to try and cut off these rotates. At the very least, he's going to slow them down. Sen still up towards short, still being a threat. Finds Welho, and it leaves Zati with the AWP in towards the mid doors. Mollied off, lands the leg, but not the killing blow. Astralis will find that eighth. A very strong half from them. Heimo just taking a little bit too long to get the financials going. The first couple buy rounds that they had, there was no AWP. There was very weak utility. The first buy round you can excuse. But even then, the first buy round they actually won. But the following buy rounds, weak utility, no AWP. They couldn't challenge these Astralis Talent players who were just taking fights of their own accord. You swap over onto the second pistol round. Astralis Talent now on the defensive side of Dust. Heimo have the freedom to use that stand-in as they please. Oh, and Kier. A dink onto Jape at that range with a USP. Heimo are going to creep into long control. Uncontested right now from Astralis Talent. Setting themselves up for a retake on this A site. But Croc trying to make his way in towards cover. Spotted. Not punished though. The flash comes through. Angie overwhelmed and Croc eventually falls on the site. But Kier, another beautiful tap. This time it's lethal. In fact, two. Making some beautiful shots right now. But it's Zati to answer back. And again, another from Kier. 2 versus 2. Creeping around the edge of the smoke of the Julies is Suma. And Kier, another kill. Will finish off Jape this time. Another headshot from him. Just a Terminator up on catwalk. Welho now spotted. Finishes off Kier. To the 1 versus 1, but Suma domes Welho. with the Julies. Astralis Talent get their 9th off the back of a wondrous round from their in-game leader. Astralis Talent with a healthy investment. Heimo, been buying up a couple Deagles. Hero Scout and Zati. Heimo just going to be brawling in towards middle, not working the extremities much at all, but they will make their way in towards Catwalk. They are heading towards the Danger Man of Kier. Big threat, certainly after last round. The USP. He's got the M4, and there you go. Already off to a good start. Oh, beautiful shot from Jape on the cross, but Kier, another one, this time through the smoke. Man advantage maintained for Astralis Talent. OP, beautiful shot with that scout through the doors. 3 versus 3. Heimo now going to be creeping in towards tunnels where Sen sits and waits. In the corner with an MP9. These players don't have Kevlar, so he could find himself with an absolute snack, a buffet in front of him. There you go, there's 2, and there's the 3rd. Shaky on the spray, but it's a headshot nonetheless. All 3 players collected. Astralis Talent get their 10th. Now Heimo invests. Zati going for another scout. Good mollies from Astralis. They withstand the flashes and push Heimo back towards long. They win the fight, but Heimo doesn't cost them any players. Just utility and information. Quick rotation comes in from Astralis. They leave Suma towards long. It's going to be a full contact up and towards Catwalk. Kier caught. Out of position. A full contact play there from Heimo before Astralis Talent could set themselves up. And the thing is, there was barely any util. I don't even think there was any util used from Heimo towards short there. So there's no warning sign. Astralis Talent had no idea how quick they could really be up short. And already in the 5 versus 4, despite still having long control, Astralis Talent are going to commit to the save. They don't fancy their chances, not with MP9s on the retake. Not with no smokes. Heimo will exit towards long and they'll find Suma. Only get away with 1 kill. Thanks to that save, Astralis Talent can go for another investment. But the bank accounts depleted. Suma pushed back out of tunnels. Good utility to force him back. But a smoke gives him safe retreat. Heimo a little bit more structured on their default here. Even though they're the ones with 2 stand-ins, they're at least somewhat more familiar with this map. Taking tunnels with 2, splitting it with middle, using utility to push back any potential CTs hiding in place. A 2-man setup, but the molly breaks it apart completely. Well orchestrated utility from Heimo. Now they look to contact out towards long. The 1-for-1 trade. Sen on towards the B site. Again, it's another 1-for-1 trade, leaving Kit 1 versus 3. And the bomb stuck in between 2 positions. Here towards B and towards A. Heimo have a player on either site. Long being cleared. The bomb's going to commit towards that A site. Kier has found the timing to slip through window as Jape walked through doors. I think he's hoping that eventually the bomb will come to join Jape. But it's not going to. That smoke, that utility on the A site will confirm it. So will collect his bounty on Jape and upgrade to the AK. He's sticking around to see if any of the Heimo players overextend and give him an aim duel in towards CT. There we go. Free kill on towards Monarchs. But the time ticked so far down. Kier's got no chance of winning this. No kit in play. There's one on the floor in front of him, but won't have the time to get to the bomb. Both sides survive with only one player. Now this is worrying for Astralis Talent. We saw how unstructured, how unfamiliar they were with Dust 2. They were getting away with very poor structure for the majority of the first half. Now Heimo just have that little bit more structure, which means Astralis Talent, it's going to be hard for them to actually maintain map control. When Heimo know the effective utility to break apart the setups, know what setups to expect. Kier with this saved AK. Going to be using it up towards short. A nice boost so he can see in towards tunnels. Flash comes through, dodged by Kier. Monarchs doesn't take too much damage. And you see the Molotov, they decide to disengage, to fall back. Try peeking towards long. Kier will find the trade. That's another rifle to be retrieved. And now instead of a 5 versus 5 with 1 gun, it's a 4 versus 4 with 2 guns. An upgrade there for Astralis. But that is information which Heimo can act upon. They now know the AKs both towards A. Set their sights towards B, and Monarchs runs out of utility as Croc jumps through the smoke. Kier will find that trade. Sena hides on the site, but he's cleared out by Jape. Zati, he spotted the barrel. Fortunately, he has teammates to cover. Angie, 1 versus 3. Messy spray from Upi, but Angie with no Kevlar, the aim punch. Surely would have come into effect. Heimo closing this score, only with a 3-round deficit now, but Astralis Talent, this is their opportunity. They have the full buy, they have the AWP up on Angie as well. So another difference between these two teams is Heimo don't have a primary AWPer. I've been shuffling that AWP around throughout all of the maps. Zati going to be using it to go for a potential opening with that spawn. They won't find anything. And Heimo work their way in towards mid control. Tunnels control, a good flash pushes Astralis Talent back off of short. Suma left to his own devices to defend long. Now he's in a very committed spot. Angie can't come and support him. If he's in pit, he can get the information tuck, but instead in a very strong, very tight angle, and he's good for 2 but will be traded. Gets more than he deserved there with that 2k, but he earned it. clean shots. And she volleyed off. They hear him tagged. Very low, just manages to get back in towards cover. No Kevlar. It's dangerous. This molly will be enough to finish him. There we go. Oh, and Croc turns around at the exact time that Jape comes in towards Catwalk. Keir stuck on the site, and Jape will wide swing him, leaving Sen in a 1 versus 3. Surely this is a save, Sen. Surely he should save. Going to be sticking around on Catwalk. Sticking around for some exit frags, seeing if he can catch anyone transitioning away from the site. But no, Heimo up to an 8th now. Do have a quick technical pause. That will be resolved as soon as possible. Now I'm just looking at the results from last season. Both these two teams played season 21, and both teams were in the same group in season 21, but they avoided each other. They somehow didn't play each other. Astralis Talent went out 0-2, whereas Heimo went through to the playoffs 2-1. Well, Heimo could be looking for a repeat here to go 2-1, make their way into the playoffs. Or Astralis could amend their poor result from last season. Game continues as the technical pause is over. Astralis Talent going for a half bite around this saved M4 from Sen. Wide swing up towards long. Wellho fighting on his own, down to low HP. K just has to land one bullet, but in the meantime, in fact it's the HE to finish him off. In the meantime, Upi found a kill towards long. Or towards B, sorry. And Heimo spreading out across the map, winning all the aim fights. And she's spotted. Pre-fire comes out from Jape. Even Keir with the AK. We'll find Monox. Heimo and out, looking to hunt. The bank isn't built up massively. Down onto 2 HP. Eventually he'll go down. He will be traded. Keir won't be able to save that AK. Heimo seriously closing the scoreline now. It's 10-9. Just one away from tying it up. Again, this was a 9-3 half. Wait, was it 9-3? Sorry, I'm thinking of the other map. Sarty going for an opening pick. And towards long. Won't be able to find anything. Tagged down and pushed back. But in the meantime, Heimo... Again, they're taking so much map control completely uncontested right now. Astralis Talent are playing heavily towards the extremities of the A and B bomb site. Mostly long and the site itself on B. They're allowing Heimo all the freedom towards lower tunnels, towards middle and towards short. The central rotation points of the map all belonging to Heimo. Monox tucked in the cubby. The cross being pinned. Heimo ready for a reaction here. Flash comes a little bit too late. Sen and Croc try and group up, try and team up to destroy this assault in towards middle. And Sen holds strong with a triple kill. It does pan out. I got a little bit scared there with Croc going down, with Kier going down early, sorry, with such a late flash from Croc. Croc wasn't in a position to swing. There wasn't in a position for a crossfire. He had a flash in hand ready to flash behind for Kier to peek, but it came way too late. The contact came in from Heimo. But Sen, like a guardian angel up on window, collects 3 kills. Gets Astralis Talent their 11th. Maintaining a lead here, but just about. This time after getting a triple, Sen is tagged down to 8 points of health. Goes towards mid. Util deployed. Allows Angie to cross. But Upi comes out thinking he can punish. A quick shot there from Angie. But Heimo, given all that freedom towards short, they accelerate. The flash comes through. Kier spotted. Will find Monarchs as no trade. In the meantime, Astralis Talent are pushing their way up. Croc up onto the new box. Comes in on the flank. And Wilmo down 2. What a beautiful little play. A beautiful little rotation from Croc. The extender smoke from Heimo goes a little bit too deep. Too deep to the point where it actually provides cover for the CTs. Specifically Croc to jump up inside the smoke. That puts Astralis Talent up onto map point and Heimo's economy in tatters. One singular AK. Jape on a scout with no Kevlar. It's pistols and Kevlar on the rest. And Wellho with that single AK. Flushed out of long. Forced into the fight. And now resides in the grave. Man advantage for the CTs. Heimo now without their strongest weapon, that AK. But again, they take catwalk. They take short for free. This time Angie's posted up and Heimo don't really have the utility to fight for this. They don't have the utility to take it, to push off Angie. Just one flash, one smoke. And they're going to go for a contact. Fortunately, Angie misses the first. And the second. Counter flashes come through and Angie doesn't miss the third. Has a molly now to drop on towards the site to deny a bomb plant. The CTs are now charging in. They're marching in to finish up these last few kills. And Astralis Talent will take the series 2-1. A 13-9 victory there on Dust 2. Eventually they found their footing on the CT side. A map which they do not play. But they managed to hobble together a CT side eventually. And a very strong start on their T side certainly helped out. Brawling out, which Heimo struggled to actually put a lid on. But that does mean that Heimo are eliminated in the group stage and Astralis Talent will find their way into the playoffs. Up next is the decider match for the final group, Group D, the last game of the group stage, GenOne versus 777. I'll be back up after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to United21 Season 22. We've got the last game of the group stage here coming up in just a moment. And it's going to be 777 versus GenOne. If we want to bring up the bracket, we can see how the group stages have gone through so far. We can see the results, and we can also see how 777 and GenOne have gotten to this point. Now, I'm just looking at the bracket on my screen here, and currently it is obviously 1-1. 777 and GenOne, the stakes for this match, the winner will go through to the playoffs. The loser is eliminated, as it is, as I mentioned, that very last group stage game. GenOne in their opening game, it was actually against 777, so this is a bit of a rematch. The maps there were Anubis, Dust 2 and Ancient. GenOne came out on top 2-1, losing only Dust 2. All three maps were relatively one-sided, with GenOne, obviously, as I mentioned, coming out on top. They went on to face LNG, who are a very strong team, one of the favourites to make it deep into this tournament, and they didn't quite get past the line, losing 13-10 and 16-14 in a 2-0 fashion. On the 777 side of things, as mentioned before, they already lost to GenOne. They went on to then face Devils 1, where they looked like a little bit more of a well-put-together team. Devils 1 a little bit more inexperienced. 777 managed to put them aside at 2-0. We can have a little look at the veto so we can see what the maps will be, whether there'll be a repeat of that last best of 3 between these two teams, or whether there'll be a bit of variation. And indeed there will be. So we've got a Mirage and Nuke ban coming in, Inferno, Ancient picks, Vertigo, Anubis ban, and a Dust 2 decider. So rather than picking Anubis, GenOne have decided to pick Inferno, which is interesting to me, because that's the map which they won. They demolished 777 on Anubis 13-3. And then 777 deciding to pick Ancient, even though they lost Ancient 13-7. It's a little bit strange. They lost Ancient 13-7 in the previous match against these two teams. And then the Dust 2 decider, that's the one map which GenOne lost. So I don't know. This veto leaves a lot of question marks to me. Obviously, a Vertigo ban coming out for GenOne makes sense. They leave it to Anubis, and Dust 2 is the decider. They already played Dust 2 and Anubis in the previous best of 3, and Anubis they won quite heavily on, but then allowing it to go to Dust 2. For me, for GenOne, they need to finish this in 2. Inferno and Ancient. It's likely that they can do that. Obviously, we know that they've beaten them on Ancient beforehand. Inferno, obviously going for a comfort pick. The difficulty also here is that 777 don't have any historical matches on HLTV, so it's not easy for GenOne to just go bring up their HLTV profile. What maps do they play? What maps are they good at? They can't do that. If they want to do research, it is possible, but it requires a little bit more effort. You have to dig into what events have they recently played on Wikipedia. What matches did they play? Who did they play against? What veto did it end up being? And even then, with the veto on Wikipedia, you can't see what the maps were banned. You can only see what was played. You can't see who picked what. You can only see what maps they've won or lost. And even then, you've then got to do it all manually. You don't have that ease, that comfort of just saying, look, I know exactly what the map pool is. Whereas on the flip side of things, 777, they can do that to GenOne. They can literally bring up GenOne's HLTV and just say, oh, okay, this is their map pool. I know exactly what they play. And I'll do it now just for the sake of it. I'm looking at it right now, and they play a decent amount of Anubis. It's their highest win rate, GenOne, 60%, which again brings into question why they didn't pick it. A weaker map for them would be Inferno, which they've only played once, with which they lost. Which again brings me to why did GenOne decide to pick Inferno? There's a lot of question marks for me in this veto, and I'm really excited to see where it ends up, because the last series between these two teams, as mentioned, yes, it went the distance with a 2-1 going all 3 maps, but the maps weren't close. They weren't back and forth. They weren't battling close. I think we might get something a little bit tighter here, especially considering 777 choosing to pick Ancient despite losing it as the decider last time. They're still picking it again here, thinking that they must have something in mind. They must have gone over that game, that best of 3, and thought, maybe we know where we went wrong. That's something easy to fix. Next time we face them, we'll be able to beat them again on it. But even then, it's really hard to tell. And again, just a reminder for the stakes of this series, the winner will go through to the playoffs. The loser is eliminated. And we'll be kicking off with Inferno in just a second. The map pick of GenOne. A map which they haven't played too much. Again, on HLTV, just once they've played it, and it was a loss. But they are going to be starting on that T side, so they will get to dictate the pace of play. 777 on the defensive side. kit on Wenber. Julie's dropped over to Victor. We'll see what the players they have in mind. It's going to be a stack over towards B for 777. All 4 players are heavy lean. Hagmeister left to gain some information. A little bit of a jump spot. Not sure how many players he spotted in towards second mid, but he's going to continue to creep for information. He goes down for free. That's going to cause a lot of doubt for 777. They've got all 4 players stacked over towards B. They now get Wenber to break. He splits over in towards CT. Makes a bit of a rotation. In fact, I think the intention there was to make some steps to bait Kersey into thinking that there was a rotation in play. GenOne not committing anywhere just yet. And allowing Brooksy to search for information over towards A. In the meantime, they set up towards B. Smoke. Going towards CT. There's still a minute on the clock. GenOne don't have to commit. Kersey is going to scout what we can find. The shoulder spotted. Headshot onto Victor. Kersey through the smoke will catch Wenber. QZR is still hiding here behind second orange is good for one, but a quick trade comes through. The last player spotted of Harry over here on this B bomb site, and he's going to hunt. He's going to chase, look to pick up Drac with that bomb. He's going to go the safe way around through towards Apps. There should be time for him to get here. And Brooksy will try and cut off the rotation in towards middle. There's a kill. Catches the bomb carrier into the 1 versus 1, and Brooksy will just about trade. 1-0 start there for GenOne. That got really hairy. The fact that they had already got the kill on 1 player aggressing towards A. They had 1 player lurking towards A and saw that middle was clear. They could have, at the very least, used Brooksy to search A. Go up towards long. See what he finds. If he finds it's clear, then they can go A. If he finds there's resistance, then they know that it's not as heavy a stack. They can at least get some information to work with so that they're not blindly walking into a B. Regard. Oh, what a shot from Brooksy! What? A full eco stack. They rush down middle with USPs, but the first player crosses to Boiler and Brooksy just one-taps him. Oh, we're going to get it on a replay. Yes. Let's have a look at that. Oh, filthy. Shout out to production there. Music love. On the replays. Third round by 777 going for that full investment. They have the M4s and surprisingly a decent amount of utility to try and withstand map control with. Inferno, a map where utility is costly, but GenOne are already setting their sights towards mid and early contact play, knowing they've not got an AWP that they could walk into. Weak util, 777 choosing to save it. They don't burn that smoke early to prevent that contact. But they get the opening kill. Kersey goes down. At the top of the truck, Victor spots them. A little bit of a spam from QZR through this long smoke, but gives away his location, and he actually comes out the worst for it. Jack just holding patiently in Apps. We'll catch QZR's rotation from Moto, and it's pulled a full rotation out for 777. They're going for a gamble stack here towards A. 40 seconds left. Now they're going to start searching. A bit of presence made over towards B from Jax, and that's been enough to disrupt this A site setup. But Victor has pushed for info and been rewarded with a kill, but Harry falls. The crossfire can no longer be set up. Instead, it's a 2 versus 2. It's traded out. Bomb planted. Hagmeister and Wenber rotating in, but they're rotating from separate points. One towards long, one shifting towards short. Smoke towards long. Bit of a distraction. A spam down from the smoke, and Jax actually connects the headshot. And Hagmeister to rotate through. The distraction at least works for one. Drac is on low HP, so the trade can come through. I'm not sure what the thought process was there from Drac, sitting on that angle. Hagmeister has the advantage peeking that every day, and he doesn't have the health to withstand the whiffed spray to land the headshot. So 777 collect the round after a 1 versus 2 from Hagmeister. Initial utility traded here on Banana. Both teams emptying their bank accounts to afford this investment. A beautiful HE softens up Wenba. Both teams just waiting out the smoke at the half wall. As it's about to fade, 777 fall back in towards the site. A big off angle held from Vickford there. GenOne will silently contact their way in towards middle. 777 still in that 3-2 setup, but in doing so they've opened themselves up to long. It's the Astralis crossfire on the site between Nifty and Cold Zero Box, but the flashes are good and Devudavec with the Tech 9 is the one to get the kills. And that's it, 777 have to save. Clutch onto these weapons. Inferno, it's a heavy criticism of this map is how save heavy it is, how difficult it is to retake because of how long the rotation is between A and B. There is no middle, there is no player in between who can then come in to maintain some presence, maintain some map control. And GenOne are going to be hunting. They want to remove these weapons away. They've lost a lot of players in the process and they can actually afford to hunt there, GenOne. That's damaged their economy quite a bit. It might not show it in the next round. Not on the surface of the buy, but you actually look at the receipts and you can see how much money they have left. Yeah, you think of maps that are easier to retake. You think of like Ancient, for example. You have a player in the middle who will rotate over towards B as B is getting attacked and can hold down CT. On Inferno, it just takes so long for the nearest player to rotate. Because it's so binary, it's so A or B, there is no sort of central position to pivot between. .777 having to force behind the single saved AK. 3 MP9s. Now these weapons can exceed on this map. Especially if taken towards apps, which multiple of them are. GenOne. Pushed back in Wembley. I love this reposition whilst the smoke is still up. Leaves apps. Shifts out of boiler in towards the second cubby. Smoke will actually blind them, but Victor peeks in front of it. Good for one. Going to be happy with that opening kill and will fall back and disengage. He'll make noise falling, leaving Wenba still in the smoke. As that happens, GenOne, they start to accelerate up towards the A site. The crossfire's in play, but Harry can't even find one. Neither can Victor. And this entire A site defense just falls in front of us. Like wet paper in a storm. Oh, lovely shot from Hagmeister. Now into the 1 versus 2. It was a 1 versus 3. Normally I'd just say straight up save, but after that shot, I can see why he'd want to go for it. I wouldn't blame him. Like spotted. The double spin comes through. GenOne convert a 4th. Only one player surviving, so again it's damaging to their economy. But should 777 eco here, GenOne will get the opportunity to build a bit more cash. There's a full eco pistols. Taking the way in towards apps, but that's where the Mac 10 is a perfect counter. The SMGs getting a kill each. Brooksy adds another to the tally, leaving QZR in a 1 versus 5 over here towards B. A site being cleared, QZR spotted, will finish the Vudavec, and even lands the dink onto Kersey, but nothing more. GenOne now up to a 5th. Full buy now for 777. They've got full utility on their belts. Smoking it off the bottom of Banana. The Vudavec fights in front. Heavy presence, very loud. Lots of noise made on Banana by the T's. But in the meantime, it's a full contact playing towards apps. But Victor, with the molly saved, spots them out and can drop it at the choke point before this pop comes through. And even then, 777 had a double pit set up. A perfect counter to an apps pop. Well read round. The utility burnt out by 777. Even if GenOne haven't got much map control, they weren't successful on that take. They've taken a lot of util away from the hands of the Norwegian side. And GenOne have plenty in their own right. Grenade stacking towards pit. Harry survives. Wenba doesn't towards long. Mollied out. Opening kill. Map control certainly in their hands. Securing middle. Banana now being taken away as well. The Norwegian side have very little map control to work with, considering they have a man disadvantage. They're just going to be gambling 3 towards A and hoping that Hagmeister can have a screamer of a round here on B. Hagmeister good for the first. The trade doesn't come through, but now his location known. He finds a second. Eventually the trade comes in. It's now a 3-on-3. Brooksy, though, will catch off the rotates, making this a lot harder. The Norwegian side could have attempted that 3 versus 3. But that kill makes it a man disadvantage and slows down their rotation. And they could see them considering, they could see them thinking, oh, well, if Brooksy's here, that means we still have a 2 versus 2 on the B-bomb site. We could go for that. But they realise as time ticks by, their decision making not quick enough, and Brooksy beats them to the site. GenOne now on a 6th. A much needed tactical pause coming out from 777. I think this may be a forced buy. Buying these two saved M4s. Hagmeister's certainly forced. Okay, there we go. He's refunding. Wait, never mind. No, they are forcing. They're committing to it. And it's not a bad force buy at that. With the two saved weapons, they can drop two over. So 5 M4s, but they are missing a fair amount of Molotovs. Only 2 in play. Vudovec softened up at the bottom of banana. GenOne, much more passive, slower, waiting out the util. Grouping up all 5 players together here. Looking for an early finish. 777 fallen back to play retake towards B. 1 coffins, 1 CT. Single step, baits out the smoke. Couple nades. Soften up QZR. Smoke's now come through for GenOne. Still setting their sights on this execute. There's been no reaction from 777. No search for information towards A. The rotation does come through. The flashes are there, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Locked out behind these smokes. GenOne will get a free sight. Bomb planted. 4 on 4. 3 flashes, a smoke, and 2 kits. This retake could be on. I need to get a shuffle on. Looks like Harry's cancelling. Harry, the bomb at banana, was ready to walk up. That 777 will save. Fight for another round. Saving these 4 rifles would be good, but they have to commit to it. They can't lose any in the attempt. Wenber, stop sticking around. Just get out of there, man. It's not worth trying to take kills on GenOne. They've got plenty of cash. They'll be buying no matter what. You gain nothing from killing, only risk losing your own weapons. And you need to save these weapons so you can get a healthy buy. That's why you saved, because you said, look, we're not going to attempt this retake, even though you could have. A 4 versus 4, you had the utility. You had ruins control. Now 1 M4 can be dropped over and they get a full investment and extra cash to afford more utility. It's a fast wrap here for GenOne. They're increasing the pace, accelerating these nice set pieces. They have lost a couple plays in the process, but they do have the sight. Utility now to try and lock out the rotations. Kersey holding down apps. Will find the double. Puts it back into a 3-on-3, despite receiving the dink. But he overextends. Peeking over the top of that smoke. Through apps. Jack's attempts a spam, but is spammed back in response, leaving Vudovec 1 versus 3. With no HP to work with either. Needs to be clean with this. As soon as he gets 1 kill, a quick reaction will come in for the attempt to trade. Even then it was too much to double peek. 777 will get their second round on the board. full buy now for 777. Even the AWP up in the hands of Wenber. To attempt to boost over the top of this mid-smoke. There's a fast apps pop here for GenOne. Catching Victor off guard. Wenber not the weapon for the job. Drac will find the double. These are explosive plays coming out for GenOne. 777 just don't have the metal to stop these. The second fast play towards 8. These GenOne are playing, I don't want to call it old school CS on Inferno, but they're not playing like the new style of meta. Because 777, their meta, the way they're playing is relatively meta. It's these 3-2 stacks. You often sit, you don't over-rotate because the rotation is so long. That's a point of vulnerability, so you don't risk it. You don't over-commit to map control over either. You don't play your hand. You try not to give the T's information. You hope that they come into your setups. But GenOne are avoiding these setups. They're playing fast poppy Counter-Strike. Which means these defaults, this push and pull of control, they're not giving 777 any information. So when 777 are sitting back in these 3-2 setups or in these 2-3s, they're hoping to play reactive, get some information for them to then play off of. Because Inferno traditionally is a very default heavy map. It's how a lot of teams play it. But GenOne are playing set piece heavy. Which means they're acting before 777 can have time to react. Now 777 have a weak investment after hunting for those frags, stopping the save. 777 having to work with MP9s. And they themselves now forcing the issue, walking into GenOne's crosshairs. Man advantage for the Frenchman. Proactive push in towards Banana. Only nets them one. Harry stuck in the sandbags there. Quickly traded. 2 versus 2. QZR low HP, but he'll commit to that spray. Drops over the M4. Brooksy will cross. And get this bomb planted. GenOne going to be playing post plant in the site. They do have a resmoke for CT. They're not going to use it. They're just going to tuck in towards the back of the site. 777 contacting their way in. QZR now loud about it. Baits out the sand. Victor looking for that trade, but Drac will swing. Beautiful pre-fire. GenOne now up to a 9th. Making this Inferno pick make a lot of sense right now. I mean, perhaps if you're 777, you were definitely expecting an Anubis after last time. Again, it's early map control for GenOne. Working Banana, working towards apps. Not very well contested, but a HE coming in from Victor does soften them up. Smoke towards the half wall on Banana allows 777 to try and retake map control, retake top Banana. Harry finds some confidence, takes a fight behind the Molotov. Gets an opening kill. And Hagmeister manages to hide behind the flames there. Jax perhaps not expecting it to be pushed so far, and Davudovec gives a free fight up on towards short on his own. Not tradable. 2 versus 5. GenOne still yet to find a frag in this round. Smoke towards long. Flash towards short. Allows them to recover the bomb. Process Kersey takes damage. It's even more shallow spotted. Wemba wins the fight. Leaving Drac, and he'll just get domed. Last round of the half, and 777 have a clean one. 9-3 scoreline. Dominant from GenOne. We'll swap over, see how their CT side fares. See what 777 have to bring on this map. On to the second pistol round. We have Julie's in the hands of Brooksy, Davudovec, Smoke and a Flash. Wemba, Smoke, Flash himself over on the T side. It's going to be a simple 3-2 setup for GenOne. Meantime, 777, they shift their way towards second mid. For a silent boost in towards apps. Jack holding for it. Cleared out. The Glock wins the fight. Not a favourable angle for Drac to hold. And off of that kill, 777, they pounce on mid control. They set themselves up for the sight hit. Smoke comes out, the flash pops, and they go. A crossfire is in play between Kersey and Jax, but Kersey can't quite land the shots. Jax is good for 2. The crossfire unsuccessful. And GenOne losing players. The time ticks by, leaving Brooksy 1 versus 3. Julie's and a Smoke. But he's got to try and unpick this crossfire. There's the first, but then the swing comes through. Seven get their 4th. And a very important round. A pistol gives you a springboard to make comebacks from. GenOne are going to be tuned to go for a force buy here. Couple MP9s, couple pistols, and a scout on Kersey. Boosted up over the wall, see if he can land any headshots. Only lands a tag onto QZR. Bit of a contact play here from GenOne in towards long. Smoke towards short. Allows them to isolate some fights. Smoke fades. Sets Harry up in a forward position. An unorthodox angle that they might not expect. In the meantime, Victor looks to clear apps. Does he clear Boiler though? Yes, he does. Good for 1, but doesn't expect the second player there. Jax kills him, but the trade is quick. Budovec coming in towards long. Brooksy fighting through the smoke, but Wemba will not let them pass. And Kersey to save the scout in a 1 versus 4. No doubt GenOne will be ecoing next round, so this weapon will be all they have. If he's allowed to save it, that is. And the tag reveals his location. Hagmeister on the Mac 10 will be hunting. They'll accelerate up banana too. Another tag landed. It's all tags, no frags. Kersey didn't get to save the Kevlar or the Scout. GenOne on a full eco. Jax able to get a deagle. Thanks for that $600 from the MP9. See if he's able to work any magic with that hand cannon. The shot's fired off by Hagmeister's Mag 10. This incentivized Jax for those peaks. Such a deadly weapon against unarmored opponents. I think QZR is good. Vudavec will catch one, but the trades come through thick and fast. And just Jax and Kersey here towards A. Kersey will land a shot on towards Hagmeister. Jax actually has Hagmeister pinned. And eventually he'll be hunted down. Decent damage there for GenOne. 3 kills. Puts a cap on 777's profits. Full by now out for GenOne. Kersey has the AWP. Not anymore, he doesn't. Quickly picked away by Wenber. Wins that opening duel. Mana disadvantage for GenOne, but they still have those 4 M4s. Decent amount of utility. Nice HE, but that isn't quite fatal for QZR. GenOne going to be making the gamble stack, leaving the B-bomb site. All 4 players leaning towards A. The question is, do they sit passively and just stack the site, or do they use this overload to be proactive? Okay, comes the proactiveness. Vudavec stacks on towards the site. 35 seconds left. Util continues to be thrown towards A. But 777 heading back towards B. Bomb sprints towards Banana. 20 seconds left for them to hit this site, but fortunately for them it is empty. GenOne will commit to a full save. Brooks even able to pick up the AWP. Off of Kersey's corpse. Jack saving. In towards Apps, completely separated from the rest of his team. Hagmeister overextends. Could go down, but it should be alright. Triple 7 slowly closing in on this scoreline. And this was a 9-3 half. 7 having won 4 in a row, it's 9-7. GenOne playing retake on Banana. Util deployed down, flushes. QZR out of the choke point. Still kept at bay. Wenber holding for the peak. Does tag the Vudavec. Smoke will lock him out and it funnels GenOne over here towards A. Where there's only 2 players. So much quicker rotation for the T's. They're going to use that as a time to pounce. They think better of it. They cancel. Bit of a posture towards short. Seeing what they can find. In the meantime, Wenber is disconnected from the server. Damage already done. Round must go on. GenOne get a free opening pick. Doubled up now by Kersey with that AWP. This baits Brooksy in perfectly. They don't expect him to still stick around. They shut down the Banana approach and 777 now probably look to save. Finally GenOne get around on the board and it's relatively clean at that. 4 players surviving, nice and profitable. Only 1 reinvestment needs to come out for Brooksy. Both sides still able to invest. GenOne now looking to establish a strong defense. Kersey and Wenber, the AWP duel, but again Wenber wins it. A quick peek in towards Apps, and Kersey falls. Jax picks up the AWP but dinks down. They now look to accelerate here towards the A site. Jax will pick off one but drops Util at his feet to try and play for time, but another missed shot. Running out of bullets in towards Pit. Brooksy comes in to save him. Bails him out with 2 before falling. Jax still kicking, still alive in the pit. A man advantage. The rotation has come through for Drac, leaving QZR in a 1 versus 3. What a beautiful round there from Jax. Kersey gets absolutely domed. He then picks up the AWP. And he buys so much time and doesn't go down. That's exactly what you want from someone playing Pit. Your job isn't to shut down the enemy team and get multi-kills. Your job is just to stay alive and buy time for your teammates to come and then shut them down. And just on 1 point of health, he just sits and hides in that smoke. Trading not quite there for 777. Now cracks start to show in their finance, but cracks are already showing in the defense for GenOne as the Vudavec falls. Spams down through the banana smoke. Brooksy pushed back off of Banana. Going to keep his util in hand. He falls back towards the site. Will tuck his way into the back of Dark. 777 as the smoke fades, they accelerate. They execute on towards this B-bomb site. A flash comes through over the top of Dark, fully blinds these players, and Brooksy a beautiful spray onto the first two. Eventually Wemba will hunt him down. 3 versus 3. The health relatively low on these 777 players. Bomb planted and all 3 players post-plant tucked into the site. Doubled up in towards Dark. Harry holding the ruins cross. Kersey will shift his way. HE will finish one off. Jack swings a little bit too soon. But Kersey will get the trade, leaving QZR low HP, good for 1. But Kersey can't find the trade. Oh no, QZR on just barely any health finds the 1 versus 2, a triple kill. Net 777 that round. A 3 versus 2 as well for GenOne. Both teams still able to force. GenOne a better buy. They have got better money than 777, despite 777 being the ones to win. They have that cash built up. Jack's going for a spray in towards second mid. Just about controls it to get the second 2 opening kills just like that. An aggressive reposition there from Drac. Good for 1, but he won't get away. Victor will cut him down the first kill, but that's his position revealed. Jack's aggressive. A risky play there from Jax. Could have given up another single kill, but he's rewarded. GenOne find themselves now up on 2 map point. Triple Seven now having to force buy into this round. Backs up against the wall on Inferno. 3 Tech 9s. Miguelil. Again, it's a similar start for them. 2 towards the bottom of ramp. 3 working their way in towards second mid. Silent boost. And towards bedroom. Getting ready for this pop, in towards the middle. Kersey will find the first. It's a dry pop. No utility. Drac finds a second. Whips out the USP. Kersey and Drac will fall, but it's Jax who's going to be holding down on towards the balcony. Will find 2. Whips out the USP. Dropping into mini pit and eventually falls, but he's done such a good job at clearing out short. And the quick rotation as Harry went all the way around long. It's a quick rotation for the CTs coming up banana. And Harry won't be able to reposition before the Vudavek already activates. The defuse will come through. GenOne are victorious on Inferno, taking their map pick 13-8. A dominant T side from them. The CT side left much to be desired, to be honest, but eventually they get it over the line. And we'll be moving to 777's map pick of Ancient next after this quick break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to United21 Season 22. In the middle of the final group stage game between GenOne and 777. GenOne managed to take their map pick of Inferno with a dominant first half, a little bit closer second half, but they got it in the end. We now move over to 777's map pick. They're going to be starting on the T side here of Ancient, and it's fast from Victor in towards the red room. Deep position for Alert to perhaps try and cut off any rotations should they come through towards CT, but an execution is about to come over towards the B-bomb site. A good flash sets up the Julies for Davudovec down the bottom of this ramp, but Drac will fall. In fact, it's a decimation here on Banana. Bottom of the B lane. Jack's now rotating in, dinked. There we go, the activation of the flank from Victor. Even Kersey coming in from T-Spawn. It's a very disjointed defense here from GenOne. Kersey's going to be hunted down. Will land one shot. That is all. You've got that flash coming in from the ramp to fight down, but then a split comes out from Cave. They kill the player flashing, and then the players with the Julies at the bottom of the ramp, they're completely distracted. They turn around thinking that they can try and help on the B-bomb site, but they're not committed. It's like, if you're flashing to fight that extremity, fight that extremity. Don't get caught between a rock and a hard place. And even then, they retake the rotation. One through CT spawn, one from T spawn. Just disjointed. Jackson Kersey should just stick together at that point. Regardless, they're going to be going into round number 2 with a force buy. Couple MP9s. Couple 5.7s. Again, early map control. This time Wenber is the one close to red room. Made his way through. Now he's being held by Drac, though. Also a second player of Kersey ready to go for a potential trade. I'm not sure if the shadow's been spotted. I don't think it has either way. Drac will get confirmation now. Wember turns away. Disengages. In the meantime, some speculative util thrown towards this B-bomb site. GenOne rotating in to go for a stack. They got early information with Jax pushing in towards A main, getting this flank, but Wenber has walked all the way through Donut. It's a quick rotation here for 777. They found the perfect pathway to get in towards this A-bomb site. The one open slot. The GenOne were setting themselves up with a trap. 777 get out of it in the nick of time. They successfully defend Donut. Get their second round on the board with 2 players surviving. Good information gathering there from Wenber. A good call from that quick reaction from 777. Not falling victim to that stack on the B-bomb site. And avoiding Jax altogether on A. Now an eco for GenOne. CZ on Jax, PT50 on Davudovec and Brooksy, and they're going to be going for a wide swinging towards middle off the back of the flash. They're good to catch one, but it's just a bloodbath. Nothing comes of it. Just Kersey in a 1 versus 3, pinned in towards Donut. Wenber won't let him get away. Triple kill. The Norwegian AWP. GenOne now coming into round 4 with a full buy. They've got the M4s out. Kersey with the AWP. Early mollying towards the extremity of Donut. It prevents Jax and Drac from fighting. At least for a short while. Missed smoke. In towards elbow, gets replenished. Oh, and Victor and Wemba line up. But Harry now activates coming in through Heaven, but what? Did Brooksy turn away after... I'm so confused. What happened in towards Heaven there? Harry gets away with 2 kills, but he should have only got 1. Into the 2-on-2, the health at least does give an advantage to GenOne, but that doesn't really matter when Kersey has an AWP. Weapon is 1 shot regardless. Tvudevec pushes in towards T-spawn and he can cut off the bomb here. Does take down Hagmeister. Harry a minute on the clock to pick apart this 1 versus 2. He may find Kersey in middle. Catches him completely off guard, looking the wrong way. That's into the 1 versus 1. Tvudevec holding. Tucked in towards the door. Does Harry clear this? He has a choice. Does he clear left or does he clear right? And he chooses wrong. Tvudevec will secure the first round win for GenOne. A lot of economic damage done though, so we do see compromises on the GenOne side. MP9 on Brooksy, Famous on Kersey. 777 going to be forcing their way out towards middle, but good counter flashes fully blind them. Kersey's going to find 2 on the Famous, but the trades come from the Tet9s. Into the 3-on-3. Kersey has to fall back. Tvudevec caught as QZR just slips through that smoke. Sticky situation now for GenOne. Brooksy in an aggressive spot, looking to flank this B site. There's a timing here where he gets spotted by the player running up the slope. I'm not sure. He hasn't. QZR has the timing. He's going to wait for the right spot. Oh, it's almost perfect. Waited for Hagmeister to get close so he could instantly swing on the 2, catch them off guard, but the MP9 spray isn't quite close enough. That could have been a round-winning play there, but instead Kersey runs back, picks up an AK and has to turn around and save. Triple 7 will collect their 4th. They survive safely in CT spawn. And the money not looking too good for GenOne. We're ecoing around this AK. We've got a Tet9 and a Deagle. What I really want to know is, what does Kersey have planned with this AK? The criticism I have of Kersey is that he often doesn't get involved in the action as much as he should. Finding very little impact unless things just happen to go his way in the position he sat in, rather than looking to take over the game. Where did he take this AK? Currently, well, he was starting over towards the red room, but a single smoke towards the donut has made a full panic rotation from GenOne. They've pulled 3 players over towards the A site. Pulled 1 off of B to hold middle. With this overload of 3 players, they're going to get proactive and searching towards A. 777, take mid. Timing, Harry slips away down the lane exactly as they push in towards elbow. Brooksy, a lot on his plate there, trying to hold the site down on his own. Retake going to come on in, but it's very separated, very segregated. At least for GenOne. Got the Tvudevec on his own towards CT. You had Jax just then on his own towards T-spawn. The only group is the 2 players in towards cave, but and two's only a pair. 3's a crowd. And there you go. No impact, Kersey. I don't even think he fires a single bullet on the AK. At least he'll be able to save it, drop that over to perhaps Davudovic. I know he's going to keep it in his hands. Chooses to buy util rather than getting the AWP out. Triple Seven going to be going for a full set piece over towards this A bomb site. Left open. GenOne playing full retake. Jax will cut down Victor. Smoke towards a donut means that Triple Seven targeting Temple for post plant, but Jax is not letting them have it. A flash comes through. Drac fully blinded. Jax is eventually silenced. Still a man advantage for GenOne. Plenty of time on the clock. They're just going to slip away. Back in towards A main. Little do they know, Brooksy has them locked in. And he'll catch them both. Beautiful transfer onto the second. GenOne get their second round on the board. Brooksy and Jax combining for all 5. Triple Seven, you can see the idea with that A site execute a smoke towards donut. Their idea was to post plant towards Temple, take Temple control, and perhaps split CT. But they got stopped at the door of Temple by Jax. They hesitated, they didn't commit, they didn't force their way through. GenOne pushed back off of mid. Drac flashed in, looking to isolate some fights, but Triple Seven able to just dodge in towards cover. Opening fight, but a messy spray from both players. It's Wemba who comes out on top in towards A main. Now a couple GenOne players creeping towards this smoke, and Wemba holds again. Despite being on such low HP, he even finds Drac. That's the double kill. Oh no. Has he spotted them? Surely because he spotted them there. He has. Lands the double. Brooksy with another headshot. Man advantage now. Davudovic has to hold this site. There we go, another double. A 3 versus 5. The one position that Triple Seven overlooking towards Red Room is Kersey. And he has the presence of mind to play the trigger discipline, realising that a player is not looking at him. He searches for a second to see if he can get more than he's bargained for. Breaks the bank for Triple Seven. They're going to be ecoing now. Just pistols. They're going for an all-in play up towards B. There's 3 players lying in wait towards short and long. It's so difficult to approach this site, even though there are smokes carpeting it. The firing squad. Bomb plant denied. And Brooksy swapped places with QZR through the smoke. And there we go. He will be taken down. A clean round there for GenOne. No bomb plant either. But they deny cash from Triple Seven. GenOne closing the scoreline 4-5. Be fighting behind this red rim smoke. Victor Trying to lurk out towards middle, not overextending just yet. Waits for the timing. Does catch a glimpse of Jax, but Jax, a nice headshot in the first. He finishes him off. Man advantage for GenOne and Victor. The lurk dealt with. They can now focus their attention on this pack. Making its way in towards cave. Brooksy jiggling and domed by Wenber. Wenber on a heater right now, 9 and 5. See what more he can find. Not much more at the Vudovic holds, but there's QZR coming in for the trade. 3 versus 3 maintained. Jack's looking for information and aggressive push in towards A main on the mid round, but Harry has it watched. Finds him. Molly towards CT, but Drac is pushed out in front of it. Going to be going for a boost. But Drac catches him off guard, goes for the reposition. Kersey hunts down QZR and Donut, leaving Harry in a 1 versus 2. And Kersey will hunt him down and finish him off. What beautiful positioning there for Drac. Pushing in front of that Molotov, knows that he has the element of surprise, so just sits and hides, waits for the bomb. Tucks himself in a strong position. Scoreline tied 5-5, but it's 777 who are on pistols again. It's a half buy, saving for the last round of the half. Tech 9s and a Deagle. Another missed red room smoke. Looking to go for a mid crunch, but they get flashed, mowed down in towards heaven. Elbow locked down. Wenber left in a 1 versus 4. Plenty of the time on the clock to play with, and he does have the ball on his back. So he does have the possibility of trying to isolate some fights. If the bomb was dropped down, all 5 GenOne players would be sat holding it. Be nigh on impossible. We will go for a peek in towards middle. So Tech 9 at that range. Not the likely fight. GenOne will take the lead. Will 777 be able to tie it up at the half to enter round number 12? Aggressive again in towards mid. Jack at the bottom of the elbow smoke. Brooksy tries to fight in through cave, but goes down. In fact, it's a flurry of frags. 777. Make it 4. Blinky misses. 1 minute 30, and Jax is in a 1 versus 5. Kills across the map. Jax now reveals his location. Will be traded. Even then, 777 were in the middle of sprinting over towards A with the bomb. Will be a tied half, 6-6. But again, GenOne already a map up. And looking at the history between these two teams, when Ancient was played, GenOne started on their CT side, and it was a 6-6 half. Yet they then won 13-7. So it was a 7-1 on their T side. This is where 777 need to step up. At the moment, this has been a repeat of the last match between these two teams on Ancient. Even then, that was GenOne having a stand-in place of Jax in that best of 3 series to open up Group D. Starting this pistol round. Wenbert, Smoke and Kit. It's going to be a full B-site stack for 777. We're searching for info with 2 players in towards cave, ready to split lane. They might catch Brooksy and Davudovic off guard. In fact, they do catch him with util in hand, but he falls back. It's not lethal, it's not fatal. Brooksy tucked in towards the bucket. Jax finds one in towards middle. Brooksy overwhelmed by some jumping players. Davudovic thinks he's got no Kevlar. They can hunt him down, but he's jiggling around the corner. Good for 2. Into the 2 versus 2, and they got the information that the last 2 players both still towards the lane, and GenOne are planted safely on that A site, and it's a nice open plant for CT spawn. No concern, paranoid about the possibility of another player hiding behind any one of these corners. Time to take their time clearing everything out, and that's time that's ticking away from this bomb. Fortunately for them, they do have that smoking kit. You meaning a last second defuse could be a possibility. Smoke deployed on a bomb, but it's a little bit sketchy. It has missed, and in fact it's planted towards CT. Drac will take him down. Kit now picked up for Victor, searching for the bomb, but he's being blocked in the smoke. There's not enough time. GenOne will be taking that lead. Victor at the very least saves his Kevlar and the kit. Kit which could be used, taken into consideration in this following round. GenOne going for a full 5 rifles. No MAC-10s. It's 3 AKs, 2 Galils. Means limited utility and a missed red room smoke. 777 going for a full eco, and they're going for a retake in towards middle. 4 through donut, 1 through red room. They pounce. Drac will hear these steps and he's overwhelmed. Not even good for 1. Brooksy also taken down. It's Jax coming towards middle. Is only good for 1, but Wenber's picked up the AK and removed Davudovic. Both these 2 French players isolated, split apart from each other like islands, and Kersey isn't even good to take down Hagmeister. There's no Kevlar other than on Victor. It's full USPs, 157, and GenOne have just been decimated by 777. 1 single kill. That's a disaster. A late swinging towards mid, very late, no flash. They wait for the timing to peek in. And there's only 1 kill. All of those fights from GenOne given 1 at a time. GenOne on a force buy of their own. It's Tech 9s and armor. They are going to overwhelm Hagmeister. Get things down at range. And Wember also caught. Jax now with a picked up AK. Suddenly the tables are turned. It's Victor in a 1 versus 3. The chaos caused by GenOne there, just fighting, sprinting in towards heaven, brawling out towards mid, catching the 777 players, looking to fight for ecos, but the issue was they were all separated when they're doing it. They're playing a setup which is a passive setup, one where they're not set up to fight together. Yet they decided to fight anyway. Victor does still have that kit from the pistol round. Could give this a go. Drac just jiggling. Oh, such low HP. That would have been the kill to open up the entrance onto the site, but it's not to beat. GenOne answer back. Now the difficult thing is normally if it was a force buy from 777 on round number 2 that won them the break, won them the upset, you'd see the economy being broken for 777. But it's not, because they ecoed, they had plenty of cash. Ecoing plus a win, plenty of cash, plus saved weapons, so they didn't even have to reinvest the money that they had made. Means that they can still buy here. 4 M4s. GenOne not out of the woods just yet. Early mollies in towards mid. Drac gets himself across into the new box. But the fight in mid is successful from 777. Push through the red room. Donut. Smoked off. Hagmeister drops an incendiary to try and deny the defuse. Jax on the lurk. Will catch Harry in mid. Brooksy. Also good for one before being traded. 2 versus 3. The bomb dropped in towards Temple. Kersey. Do they know that he's in this position? Victor looks to be searching for it, but the timing, he turns away to look towards CT. And because of that smoke, it split apart the CTs. Surely it should be communicated that Kersey... Surely Kersey should realise that Victor was looking towards CT. Surely they should piece that together. That there's no on CT and they're both in towards Donut. A beautiful shot from Kersey and another stellar shot onto Hagmeister. GenOne get away with murder. Two versus 5, or rather 3 versus 5, 2 versus 4. Finally, 777 are on to an eco, but again, they won the last one. We know what they're capable of. Drac swinging out towards the Xbox in middle. Jax finding the opening, holding down the push towards A. Wenber is wounded. GenOne just taking their time up against these pistols. Davudovic's getting hungry for some ecos here. Very far ahead of his teammates, but fortunately for him, Drac is causing enough damage with this Mac 10. Just Harry now left. Davudovic will eventually get the eco he searched for. GenOne now up onto double digits, 10-7. 3 rounds away from knocking out 777. Winning the series 2-0. M4's come back out for 777, but it's not healthy. Very weak utility. Heavy fight in towards mid. There's 3. But it's Davudovic to get the opening. Harry does find the trade pushing through the cave smoke. In the meantime, GenOne, they're just creeping up towards the slope. Victor playing retake. Will mow down 1, but not the second. Strong trade there from Brooksy. 3 versus 3, but the site now belongs to GenOne. So he can get this bomb planted safely. GenOne have secured post plants of CT. Does Bucket get cleared? No, it doesn't. Drac can activate with a Mac 10. Almost good for the second as well. Jax back turned. Hagmeister's going to try and line up the 2. Will find Jax. Brooksy now on such low HP has to tuck himself into a corner. He can't really move from this position. As long as he stays tucked, he can't be cleared, but he does go for the peak. 777 will get that 8th. GenOne. A small overlook there. Jax thought he had cleared CT, but it wasn't thorough. He didn't clear the corner close. 777 have a lifeline now. 10-8. They've got another buy round ahead of them, and this time it's flush for grenades. GenOne still with a little bit of cash in reserve. He still probably won't be ecoing next round, but I mean, for now, they're going to be going for a fast, aggressive play, sprinting up towards this B-bomb site where Victor is the lone defender, fully blinded. He will fall. In the meantime, Hagmeister finds 1, peeking up towards the lane. A 3 versus 3, but again, Davudovic, this time in towards the doors. Trying to hold down these rotations, but he's smoked off. Drops an incendiary. Slows them down. Oh, and Hagmeister walks into the spam. Oh, and Davudovic does such a good job at keeping these players at bay with the molly and the HE to blow it open. Leaving Wenber in a 1 versus 3, and he's got a tuck away to save. The 1v3 is not likely. No kit either. Time so far ticked. And Davudovic won't even let him keep the rifle. GenOne now up to an 11th. Another full eco for 777. This time, they're splitting up a little bit more. GenOne be able to identify this buy, judging by the lack of util thrown by the CTs. Jax is getting curious. Getting impatient, searching in towards A main. Despite being up against pistols, there's a high risk of being Zeused inside A main. If he's clearing on his own. Fortunately for him, no one actually does have that Zeus. He's going to walk out towards A, searching. In the meantime, his teammates have cleared out A. He's only good for one before it's being double dinked. That's an AK to be dropped over for Brooksy. Trade does come late. Fortunately, his teammates are able to clean up on the B site. Wenber, another 1 versus 3 with an AK. Again, should be looking to save. Hagmeister doesn't have the funds to have a perfectly healthy buy next round. Should just sit. Keep this AK and this T-Molly. T-Mollies, for those who aren't aware, are more powerful than CT incendiary grenades. The T-side Molotov spreads much further and lasts 7 seconds instead of 5. So it's an advantage to be gained if a CT can save a T-Molly off the floor, which Wenber has done. Do you have a technical pauses? QZR did drop from the server. Hopefully he'll be able to join us ASAP. But GenOne now up onto match and series point. I do love the poppy style of play that they've brought across this series. Lots of fast set pieces with an end goal clearly stated from the start of the round. As soon as they leave T-Spawn, they know how they're wanting to finish the round, at least intending to finish the round. And there we go, QZR back in the server. Be the final round of Counter-Strike today. Wenber aggressive with this AK in towards middle. GenOne, they look to try and split mid. The spam, the noise from heaven is enough of a distraction to cause Wenber to turn. And that's when Drak pushes through the smoke at the bottom of mid. He falls and teammates not around to support. A messy spray on the first. It's a 2-for-1 trade in towards Donut. Putting it into the 3-on-3. QZR now alone towards A. GenOne know this. They're not going to react just yet. You can see the rotation coming through from 777. The 2 players towards B. Leaving the site, now shifting in towards middle to clear that. Very quick rotation. As they clear middle, they can react and push in towards heaven. And flank the site. There's very unlikely that Brooksy expects this unless he puts himself in a very favourable angle. Spots the barrel, pivots, lands the headshot. And the trade doesn't come through either because Kersey had walked into elbow and caught Victor. The spacing not quite there. QZR left in a 1 versus 2. Will isolate Kersey. But now location revealed. Brooksy going to make some noise over towards this B bomb site as Jax plants over towards A. Very wide open plant. A rotation now coming in for QZR. Tries to clear red room. The time ticking, no kit, no utility. He's got to find both of these players with such an open plant. We walk straight in towards Jax's off angle. It will be 13-8 for GenOne, closing out this series 2-0, putting them up into the playoffs, the final playoffs team. But that does mean we say goodbye to 777. They bow out of the groups in second place or third place in Group D. And I have to say, hats off to GenOne. Those were some lovely set pieces, something which 777 just couldn't quite contend with. They weren't quite as proactive and disruptive enough on their CT sides, especially on Inferno. But also, it begs the question for me in the veto, why did they pick Ancient again? They lost it before when they were against GenOne with a stand-in, and they lost it again here when Dusty was available. And that's the map which they beat them on before. Either way, that's going to be me done for the day here at United21 Season 22. Tomorrow will be the first games of playoffs, and that will be Mare taking you through those. So make sure to tune in tomorrow. Thank you for watching, and goodbye for now.